Greetings. Today is June 21st, 2013, the day of the summer solstice. This video is being created at Stewart Mineral Springs in Mount Shasta. The purpose of this interview is to document our galactic history going back approximately 54 million years with Andrew Bartzis, a galactic historian. Andrew has the unique ability to read the Akashic records. My name is Lance White, and I'm best known for the radio show A Fireside Chat with Zany Mystic at BBS Radio. So let's meet Andrew now and talk to him.
Hi,
Andrew. How are you?
Today? I'm doing good today. I'm glad you were able to come to the event here.
Oh, yes.
Beautiful, beautiful place here.
Well, it's great to meet you, and I was taken with your information instantly, and so I thought maybe we could start out with your definition of a galactic historian, how you got to read the Akashic records, and we can kind of segue into what's
going on.
Yes, which is what we all want to know.
Well, a galactic historian is a person that looks at all the lines of dramatic karma. One planet in this part of the galaxy creates karma that's war-based. This planet creates drama that's music-based or soul-based. They create lines of drama. And a planet will generally have a theme. Not all karma is bad. Not all karma is good. Some of it's just in between. A galactic historian goes to each and every line of dramatic karma and lives in soul family with everyone, so they see the big picture of all of the karma that's going on in a local part of the universe. What makes it very difficult is you have to have true love with someone in that soul family in each and every time. Mm-hmm. So the truth about the galactic historian is to become one, you have to go to all of the worlds, live in all their incarnation and reincarnation cycles, and be soul family to each one. When our solar system was built from the ground up to clear out the karmic pollution of the universe, everyone was put here, and I had already lived the lifetimes. There were 4 people ahead of me in this world that had the opportunity to say yes. They said no. When it came to my turn, I said yes. There's 2 people beyond me that can say yes or no if it comes to their turn.
Huh.
That's the basic definition of the galactic historian. Being soul family to everyone means I've traveled a lot. I'm old.
I guess so. Now, when did you first start to gain an understanding of the Akashic records, and how does that work for you, and how has that evolved?
When I was still an innocent little kid, I was doing it then, but nowhere near at the power levels that I do now, or the ability now. When I was 9 years old, my dad took me to a baseball game at Cleveland Stadium. Bottom of the 9th inning, tied game. Somebody hits a home run. The whole stadium jeers. At that point, I downloaded all the Akashic records of everyone that was there. It's 83,000 plus people. People miles away from the stadium. At that point, I knew I was different. I searched my mind. What was Atlantis? What was Lemuria? What was Dekanara? Speaking in soul languages and not being able to communicate with this to my family, they just wouldn't understand. Where do you begin to even say that to anyone? I love my family. They're great people, and every family has a little dysfunction in it, but I knew I couldn't say anything. Just knew it. There was a 2-week period where there were guides from Hollow Earth that came there and helped me redeposit the information from my brain into my cellular memory. And your cellular memory is literally in your skeletal energy. It's not in your muscular factor. Even though we as species today use our skin to store imagery or messages, and we shouldn't, it should all be within our cellular memory of our skeletal structure.
So now we're in the process of learning about Earth's history, and apparently there's been quite a lot of shenanigans and playing with timelines and so on and so forth. Most of us are familiar with the basic story that's come through various channels and who some of the players are. But you're going to take us back starting about,
52 million to 54 million. Well, we lost 2 million years of history when Earth wasn't in this universe anymore.
Okay, what happened?
It was a big prize that a galactic sentience of another universe said, I want to play in this game for a little while. And it came into our universe and said, I'm taking this. And there wasn't enough powerful entities at the time, even the dark guys here, that could stop them. And they put it in another universe for 2 million years and allowed it to seed life in another universe, because that's its original purpose, is to be a galactic seed planet, seeding whole life, DNA wisdom to whole new galaxies. And then Earth got mad, basically gave it the middle finger, and came back over here and got back into the fold of what was going on here.
So it was able to break loose.
Correct. It is a sentience.
Right, right. Do you have a name for that galactic group?
The universe that it went to?
Right.
We'll just call it the Zalaka.
Okay. Okay.
It doesn't have language, and it is intonation, Zilakwa.
Okay.
That's the best way to describe it. It's not a free will universe.
That we have now.
Correct. We are a 100% free will universe. And free will means we can set up our realities based off of the rules that we create in it.
Okay, but our free will has been co-opted over those millions of years.
Correct.
Okay, so then who was next to interfere with the free will of the planet?
Well, Earth had drama while it was being created. Drama is natural. Drama can be, I don't like you because your technology is better than mine, my religion is better than yours. People have ego even at the higher dimensions. It just functions differently. When karma reaches the point where a sentient species can reach out several galaxies beyond their home planet, you can create karmic pollution to newer planets or younger planets. Earth was one of those that brought good pollution and bad pollution to thousands of worlds. Earth, when it was first rolled out as a seventh dimensional galactic seed planet, its purpose was to have these chakras on its planet that are called wombs, W-O-M-B, like a woman's womb. There, anyone that lived above the womb chakra, their sentience would be influenced to create DNA wisdom through interbreeding with other species, through scientific or spiritual creations. Thus, Lemuria and Atlantis, where the societies returned to Earth's original purpose while it was in a light part of space where sentience was expanded, knowing full well that they would come into the denser and denser part, and the breeding of souls that were coming in was outweighing them, because the invasion we have is a spiritual invasion. It's always been that way. The dark forces have always known, technologically wise, they can't win, but they figured out a way to manifest energy bodies and force incarnate souls into our world that aren't soul family with us, and to the point they created enough breeding population to make an anchor population for more and more to come in at a faster rate than the good.
Okay. Does some of that include using astral shells that have not crossed over?
Correct.
Okay.
And the walk-in rules and all that.
So it's basically reanimating something that has been that's probably has a negative aspect to it to begin with. So that takes us to what, about...
We'll go 51 million years.
Okay.
51 million years, Earth had already been ripped out of its home galaxy. The original dark forces that invaded from the war galaxy came here and saw Earth and said, that's the prize of the prize of the prize. All these other little planets were nothing to them. So they captured Earth through a spiritual invasion, outbred the people there by creating more corrupted souls that caused political devastation, land devastation, and dramatic wars with other places, until finally there was a core group of dark beings who took over the chakra system and the unity consciousness drive of Earth, and then teleported it against its will to another galaxy. That first teleportation greatly injured Earth. It was near dead. And Earth gave out a cry to the universe and beyond, I need help. Massive migrations from the 7 universes ascended on Earth and overbred the dark forces there, kicking them off, but they still had the first interlinking of the anchor societies there. When Earth began to go through its healing process, that would essentially be the dinosaur age.
Okay.
But sentience had been removed from the surface, but brought into an ethereal realm. so that the surface, the surface that we live on, this is the graduating timeline. If you're here to become a higher dimensional soul, to interfunction with Earth, or to go out and explore space with your consciousness, you have to be on the graduating timeline. Earth has 3 timelines: above, below, center. Center is the graduating timeline.
Okay.
Okay. So at this point, Earth kicked off its first. They reinforced the energies of Earth. And they said, we know the spiritual invasion's coming, so this begins the first process of creating pyramids. The first process of creating pyramids was to amplify the consciousness of Earth after the damaging effect of being ripped out of its original galaxy. So the pyramids were placed on the chakra points, placed on the crustal points, enforced the ability for the local sentients to create local realities, and made a grid that was reinforced so that any entity coming in had to go through a filter to determine if it could actually make spiritual contracts with Earth sentients to have sentient kind on the graduating timeline. At that point, the dark guys had spread to a few thousand other worlds and began dominating and controlling and mastering the system of domination control on very low-end species. That's where they discovered if they're ever going to take Earth, they knew that in the galactic rotation, Earth would go through very light to very dark, to very dense spots. And in that dense spots is the place that they could mass spiritually invade that place and then lower the consciousness level of the surface people by influencing the DNA, influencing the soul families, influencing the soul contracts, and literally getting us at every stage of the game and removing how we would naturally live with our planet.
So, in other words, we're disconnected from our ability to communicate and commune and source.
Correct.
So now, when did that begin? So this goes back to the pyramids as well, right?
Well, there's 9 layers of pyramids. Earth has been moved 12 times. Captured 12 times.
Wow.
There are 9 layers of fortifications on the astral world. There's no other planet in the universe, or 3 other universes, that's been fortified that much.
Wow.
So, you're in a situation where the dark guys capture it, fortify it. The light guys recapture it, fortify it. So on and so forth, until finally the fortification grid and the quarantine of the good guys out there is literally the hindrance of what we have, plus the multidimensional beings that are within us, manipulating drama and manipulating spiritual contracts so that when unity consciousness comes, they can program their propaganda of thousands of years will come to fruition. We're a race with amnesia, and we're a race held hostage, in a perfect position for entities that want to take the more powerful people and take them somewhere else by their own belief.
Wow. So we're entering another one of those periods of time, like a harvest period, so to speak, or ascension period.
We're ascension period. We're going out of a very dense part and going into a very light part. There's 66 planets in our solar system. The vast majority of them are in the light part of space, and Earth and Mars are stuck in the dense part, anchored by the sleeping people that haven't awoken to their consciousness. They're the ones anchoring us there now.
And there are bases on Mars and
all over.
Right, everywhere.
I call this world and this solar system the Galactic Antiques Roadshow, because the vast majority of species that got lured into their drama, we're here to salvage the thousands or millions of ships that are littering our solar system from the numerous wars over and over and over again.
Wow. Well, no. So, how do we navigate this time? How do we?
Let's look at the 50 million year concept.
Okay.
When time wars began, that's the tricky thing. 480,000 years ago is when the actual time wars began. But time, we're on a planet with 3 timelines. They're only going after the graduating timeline in the beginning.
Okay.
So the first set of multidimensional beings that had incarnated here became 40% of our breeding population. 15 beings equaled 40% of humanity. At that point, it was nearly 70 billion people on this world. That's a lot of them.
Wow.
That's how they got soul family status with everyone. They
Wow.
then brought in dimensional technology that was meant for vessels only and installed it on Earth so that they could take one continent out of a timeline and put it back into a deep, distant timeline, one by one by one by one by one, so they can get to the point to create what's called the first species of Earth. There are 72 first species of Earth because every time Earth was recaptured, they tried to re-erase the timelines. But once you have sentience that's born, you can't erase the sentience, and Earth has to adopt that as a first species.
Huh.
So the Time Wars are all about creating the first sentience. Well, we have 72 first species now.
Wow.
And as many as 6,000 different refugee species who've come to live on our world because their worlds are being decimated or destroyed.
Wow.
And Earth has always been this point where souls migrate to it, they migrate away. I call it like, the ducks in the winter, you got, the massive flowing flows of ducks going that way. But Earth is this migration center because it has a graduation timeline that's very impressive. You have 100% free will here, and you come in with a blank mind. It's very important. There are other worlds that you remember all of your past lives.
Hmm.
You speak by the time you're 4 months old. We go through this growing process. That's
And-
cherished in other worlds.
Huh. Well, it seems like it could also be a disability if you're being programmed and manipulated
taken over,
and,
right.
and taken over, and then there's that element of soul contracts, which you mentioned, that
Mhm.
where as the soul comes in, it can be bounced, which is one way of shoving us off of our path. And another one is adding fine print or adding
Exactly.
So, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it started in Lemuria. Lemuria was a really high consciousness. Earth was its true seventh dimensional status. It was creating DNA, and it was inviting other species to come live here for a while so that they could live on above these womb chakras and create DNA and then take it to a new world in unity to this new world. They would never force bring DNA to a new world. Earth is also capable of psychically transporting the DNA wisdom that's created in these womb chakras to a blank Akashic record planet that's about to invite its first group of souls to come and live on it. That's its purpose. During Lemurian times, there were air cities all over, there were ground cities, and there were as many as 5,000 different species that came here to work with Earth to create DNA to spread. Well, the dark guys had gotten their little fingers in there and started creating their drama within inside, and as the society began to build to its peak, factions formed in it. You had spiritual factions, you had scientific factions, you had no technology factions, high technology factions, and these factions began the separation, and the separation is what took Earth from a seventh dimensional status to a sixth dimensional. So it literally lost a whole quotient of its exponential energy. The separation caused a mass migration away. Earth was left undefended. It was captured. That's the first fall of Lemuria.
Okay.
The multidimensional beings who were here orchestrated that capture, because they had gotten in. The new beings that came to take over Earth reanimated Lemuria with the leftover refugee population here, instilled domination and control, and began an incarnation pattern to bring in more of the kinds that they wanted from the other worlds that were dominated and controlled. At this point, the good guys of the rest of the universe said, we have to do something about this. But there was a huge debate among the ascended masters, the philosophers. There's a galactic sentience that created war in another galaxy, and that galactic sentience allowed it to come here. This was known as the first mistake of the Prime Creator. The galaxy we were in wasn't ready for war. It wasn't set up for war, but it's here now. So they took way too long to figure out a result for it. At that point, many species began taking up war to defend themselves. It was just natural. That creates the first lines of drama. Mars. Mars is one of those planets that's high technology, very low spirituality when it was first in existence. It was a commerce center, but it turned commerce into military-industrial complex. When Mars and Earth began their first lines of drama, Earth needed technology to support the defense and fortification process. That's how Mars and Earth got interlinked before they got brought into this solar system. Venus was a high philosophical society with thousands of individual realities where they invited species to come and share philosophy, share sentience. Venus as a planet has got the twin flame of the feminine energy to it for a reason, so it can support all of that consciousness of other worlds there. Earth itself, during these timeline wars, when we look at the section at 480,000 to 420,000 years ago, is when all the big players of the 2,300 primary soul families, 2,200 primary soul families and 2,300 different species. So there's just a little difference. Soul families breed and create species, and then there's the actual number of species. All of them were in competition to make Earth theirs. And all of them had time travel technology. All of them had interdimensional vessels.
Wow.
All of them had explored the universe. And they were all in competition to get to make that first species.
Wow.
So that's what puts us in the setup of the time wars. We look at Earth as, I look at Earth before the timelines were unified, as just this giant ball of mess.
Yeah.
And this giant ball of mess, you could never know what was really being done. One person would do something that would counteract this. Somebody would do something to counteract this. Somebody would create 5,000 timelines and only do one important thing on one timeline, and it would take you forever to figure it out. So that's how that all works. Lemuria first fell, recaptured. Lemuria's rise again. The light's in that. As the light's in it, it tries to unravel all these timelines. Earth is stuck with new first species on it. Those species need to graduate and migrate off this world. Constant graduation, migration, remigration back here. A lot of the dark worlds were migrating here now. So we get to the second fall of Lemuria. At this point, Lemuria understood the war's loss. They get it. They dimensionally understand it. But they also know that deep in the future, they're going to come to a point where it's going to go from extremely dense, extremely open to extremely dense, to extremely open to extremely dense. So they began leapfrogging in time with a third to 3/4 of their population and bringing their air cities to the future to free the future people from the past. That's where they began defending their world on the central graduation timeline. The above timelines is where the high dimensional entities can come in and act as guides or ascended masters. The lower timeline is where younger spirits or animal spirits can live on Earth and then graduate into having human bodies. They're not worried about the above and below. They're worried about the graduation timeline. That's where the majority of these timeline wars are. So you have any questions about that?
Have there been graduations over the...
There hasn't been a graduating class in 410,000 years.
So the normal process would be for there to be continual evolution and graduation.
Correct.
So that's an organic process that would ordinarily occur.
Natural.
Right. And so all of these time wars and the dark have corrupted the incarnation process, and so what we have is people are not necessarily ascending and leaving.
They're stuck in a reincarnation.
Reincarnating over and over, and how they just get it to the astral plane, and they basically have a breather, and then they're sent right back. Are there pools of souls as well where they're genericized and then just like divvied off, and then basically programmed for whatever?
And there are whole migrations of souls that aren't allowed to incarnate here and are stuck in our astral world, and literally can't go back until they've had a lifetime here.
Ooh.
So our astral worlds are overflowing with all these things that are just stuck.
Yeah. Does that relate in any way to the demonic forces?
Yeah, because so many of those entities up there get impatient.
Mad.
Impatient, mad.
Yeah.
And some of them are dark entities that are, they've missed their cue too. They wanted to come in and get in the game, and they wanted to kick out the 15 beings, but they can't. They're stuck.
Wow.
It's their game.
Wow. Okay, we're back. This is part 2. This is Lance White with Andrew Bartzis.
How you doing?
And we just left off talking about the Lemurian air cities, leapfrogging into the future to make corrections.
Mhm.
So maybe we can pick up where we left off.
Okay. Lemurian air cities are a local reality that literally is in the air. But in between the cells of every atom is an infinite amount of space. So an air city can be out of reality in between the cells of the Earth and still be an air city out of phase of reality. So when they began to create dimensional drives that created time travel effects, the air city would go into Earth and then time travel that piece of rock and then come back into the air so that they can influence the timeline on a soul family level and on a DNA level. The people in the air city were looking for versions of themselves to correct. Some of them may have gotten darkness instilled into them. They would do healings on different people. They would, and at times, literally create an invasion force because at the time the dark would have had the planet. Leapfrogging through time, making corrections in a system where you have 5,000 other species creating time travel effects. It isn't easy. So you need a lot of cities to continually counter this. Where we are right now, 2011 to 2014, every single bit of the time warp is about right now. It's about propaganda coming out. Propaganda that's thousands of years old, hundreds of years old, millions of years old. This propaganda influences the awakening, which is the end of the process where we must have graduation timeline. Absolutely, it's the Prime Creator's will. So, what is a Lemurian air city? A group of people come together, unmanifest physical bodies, and with that energy create a very dreamlike reality. And that dreamlike reality takes form in the upper atmosphere where the Aurora Borealis is. The Aurora Borealis is the Earth's dreamtime sentience, and it's where the sun brings energy to it so that that system of energy has reality behind it. The city itself has its own version of a unity conscious drive where it can go to any part of the galaxy or any part of the universe as long as they can remote view or remote experience those other places. After Lemuria went through its first fall and went to its raise again, we go from, we'll call it 30 million years, simply because they had to leapfrog backwards and they had to leapfrog forward. Then they had to figure out each time Earth was teleported, the old timeline wars ended because the XY axis of where the planet was could no longer be used as a function for creating a timeline.
Right.
But the sentience that was part of the old timeline was still on the Earth, and Earth adopted those as new first species. Those new first species became part of the Lemurian society and left. When they left, they migrated away and became part of the polluted reality that was out there with drama and got forced back here. This is this endless come and go from Earth. Lemuria's second raise, where it fell and it raised, as the air cities figured out this timeline between here, this time stream between here and here, in this light part of vibratory space, they could try to push out as many of the negative incarnating souls that were being forced at us from as many as 6,000 or 7,000 other planets that were under domination and control.
Wow. That's a big job. That's a big job. And how successful have they been at it?
Well, we're here now.
Right.
We're here now.
Well, yes. Well, so the really exciting part to me is that all of this has to be wrapped up between 2011 and 2014.
Correct.
So we are in the final.
You have to have graduating students. You have to have graduators.
And what happens to the people who are not, quote, ready? Is that even an option?
Earth can bilocate and create multiple versions of itself and allow the separation of densities of people that are ready or not.
So that's where you have this concept of different timelines for people who are totally asleep, people who do not want to awaken, who would rather just continue on like this and have
Correct.
an experience of light and dark. So that is a possibility of
It's
fracturing.
through dream time, though.
Oh,
Say we are a unity dreamtime society. That our world is set up. We have a global dreamtime.
okay.
All of our people have a global dream center. We live in sacred geometry cities that prevent us from going into the global dreamtime.
Okay.
The event is all about us for a brief second experiencing unified global dreamtime.
Okay.
And the more and more we get exposed to it, the more and more the awake people begin to experience synchronicity, deja vu, shared dreams. And then the next layer up of awake people begin to interact with the two and teach, like, you have a kid that has a shared dream with a mother or a father or something to that effect, it spreads. And there's no way the system can stop people sharing that way.
One-on-one.
One-on-one.
Right, right. Even though there is highly developed technology to observe, monitor, there's mind control, and
All
so
that.
on and so forth. Now, you mentioned the event. There was a television show that came on and was aired briefly called The Event, about everybody collapsing and unconscious, and they accessed their future lives, and I don't remember the whole story, but it seems like it was a foreshadowing. And doesn't the dark use the Hollywood film industry to seed ideas?
Soft disclosure.
Yeah, soft disclosure, yeah. So they can say, well, we told them what was coming.
Well, soft disclosure exists for many reasons. At times, it's just a really creative person coming up with an incredible storyline.
Right.
And at other times, they're influenced by energy beings that say, do this because it needs it.
Right.
Or
right.
you have other people creating things to create disunity and propaganda. We've talked about Nibiru and Planet X. It was a real situation with a real planet. It's been moved dozens and dozens of times. We, as a species, every time they re-air the series, bring it back. They've had to install technology on it that literally keeps it out of phase, so our fear consciousness doesn't re-manifest it.
Wow.
Okay?
Wow, interesting.
And why Nibiru? Because in the past, the main domination and control beings had parts of themselves all throughout the timeline that could communicate to the central hive location, because it's all the same being.
Okay.
So 2011 to 2014, there's over 17 million different things that are of these 15 beings. There's 17 million of them now.
Wow. Now, how does that all get resolved? And let's hear more about the event and how that.
Okay.
Have you seen that?
I just described, I'll use this one I used before. You have children sitting at a breakfast table before they have their first period in class. Every school's got that.
Yeah.
I had a dream that said this, 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 and the kid next, oh my God, I had the same dream. The same kid and the kid over there.
Yeah.
That begins the spread worldwide, where kids have technology to share. The adults will experience it differently. They'll experience, the sleep adults will experience deja vu. Let's say you have two people walking the street and one goes, oh my God, deja vu, and at the exact same time the other guy goes, oh my God, deja vu. You have two people going deja vu at the same time pointing at each other. Something you simply cannot deny, period.
Mm-hmm.
It's just your reality is challenged at that moment. And that's the first part of the event. That gives us the warning that more dream time is coming.
Okay, so that is all so for those who are more awake, we will be warned. We will see
that
it
among our people that are asleep.
Right, and then we will be able to interpret that correctly as part of the event that's occurring.
Correct.
Because we're clued in on what we're talking about here.
Exactly.
And
We're all multidimensional beings experiencing multiple realities. We may not know all about it, but we know
Right.
enough to go, this is disunity reality, not unity reality.
Exactly, and it's been disunity reality for thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years.
Correct.
Due to the dark and the time wars and the rest of it, and the archons, which we talked about a little bit. We also, I wanted to get the mythology of the Anunnaki straightened out.
Okay.
Because according to Sitchin and his work, the Anunnaki came here several 100,000 to 400,000 years ago. And that was when we were altered genetically and used as a slave race. Now, how much of that is accurate?
Stitchen's first 3 books are very accurate, though his timelines are off.
Okay.
Stitchen's work were co-opted, and the reason why, when Stitchen wrote his books, he had a multidimensional being helping him translate the texts. He was a highly spiritual person that had a purpose to come in here. His first 3 books, up to The Wars of Gods and Men, are extremely accurate. Time's a little off because Earth has changed time streams so many times. You can't be accurate anymore in those times.
Right.
The Anunnaki were lured here. Their planet, Nibiru, whatever you want to call it, is what's called a free-roaming galactic entity planet.
Okay.
They have a drive inside them that doesn't need a solar system to support it.
Okay.
So they have a different version of a planetary drive. We have a unity consciousness drive.
Okay.
They have a dimensional drive. So the consciousness just needs a leadership society to function psychically with the crystalline technology of the dimensional drive so they can go anywhere they want. And when they go anywhere they want, they can do whatever it is that's within their free will to do. There was a multidimensional being, currently the one that's in charge of all of the Arab countries.
Okay.
Its pieces, parts are all the heads of the Arab families, the so on and so forth, the decision-making people, and the one layer below the decision-making people, and then their banking families. So that's one being. He is the one that lured them from where they were by creating carrot and stick. So they came to a world and saw leftover technology in a destroyed world. They filed to the next world, to the next world, to the next world. Until finally they came to our solar system where there was nobody defending it. Completely empty. All of the light and dark forces had petered themselves out and literally couldn't fight anymore. They were done.
Wow.
Earth was abandoned.
Yeah.
Literally abandoned, except for what was left of us before the rise of Atlantis.
Okay.
Lemuria had fallen, multiple timeline wars, species die out, species leave, come back, and all of a sudden it's barren. The Anunnaki come in and go, where's all this technology? And a bunch of, primitive-looking people with high spiritual technology. And they go, scratch their head. And that's when they realized, that's us. They're DNA related to us. Okay, the being that lured them here, lured them to trap them into this society. To get into Earth's solar system, you need to use the stargates of the sun to get in here. You have to have spiritual relations or DNA relations to get into a solar system. That's essentially how all of them work. The Anunnaki, as a free-roaming galactic planet, came into our solar system, and they never knew they had DNA relations to us, but the being that was luring them did. Trapped them in the incarnation cycle, and stripped them of their most powerful psychics, and forced them into a reincarnation cycle. And then the second layer, the second most powerful layer, became the new DNA inputs for the skin suit technology that we have here, because they needed the Anunnaki technology, the Anunnaki DNA, and the soul codes, because the Anunnaki had traveled all over the universe with their planet that can go anywhere.
Oh, wow.
Well, the main control beings have been trying to collect soul codes. Soul codes determine your DNA and soul relations to a solar system. It determines where you can go. If you're a person that has only lived on 10 planets, you can only go to those 10 planets on a soul level. If you want to go to more, you have to incarnate into all of them. So what these beings were doing were drawing people here that had soul codes from all over. So they needed the Anunnaki because they had a piece to the puzzle that would open up this section of the universe, this section of the universe, this section of the universe, so on and so forth. They got pulled in here. Now Stitchen was pretty much right about mining Earth, but it wasn't about the materials. It was literally that the energy that was in the materials needed to go somewhere else, so that the souls that were Earth-based souls who had migrated away would sense the energy of the gold somewhere else and then be lured back into the machine. That's these control. That's how they're playing the system here. The Anunnaki still have free will, but truly didn't understand the scale of the game they got brought into.
Wow. So in a sense, they were there, even though there are no victims. They were in a sense tricked victims, just like the rest of us. So Now the Anunnaki would they be reptilian in nature, or draconian, or?
That's the thing. They already had enough skin suit technology that they're a little bit of everything.
Okay.
Not everything,
Okay.
but they had enough.
Okay.
I mean, they looked similar to humans,
Okay.
but there were several breeds of them that chose different DNA patterns, even though they were the same species. They could do anything they wanted to their DNA.
And was it the Anunnaki or these original 15 beings that developed the genetics that could present as a light being? In other words, they've taken the best of the genetics of all the races and created a false light matrix.
Correct. False light matrix essentially began by bringing the Anunnaki here.
Okay.
Okay. False light beings, false light technology was literally created by the Anunnaki and then spread to the rest of the planets of domination and control.
Wow.
Remember I said there's womb chakras?
Mm-hmm.
That if you live on that surface, the planet interacts with you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you bring a Anunnaki DNA master and a Anunnaki weapons master and you put them there next to a pyramid that raises their consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
what are they going to create? Mass weapons of war,
Right.
mass consciousness, technological DNA devices that can be spread to an industrial system of domination and control planets.
Wow. So, in a sense, Earth has become like a breeding ground for domination and control of the rest of the galaxy.
Because of the chakras, the womb chakras here. We have 200.
Okay.
And that is unique and beyond unique. There are other planets out there that have womb chakras, but they all have 3 or 4.
Wow.
Okay, we have 200.
Wow. Wow. And now what about our own chakras? There's a whole controversy about us having 7 chakras, 12 chakras, and then George Kavaslis brought up the idea that the chakras were installed as ways of gaining access to us from the dark side.
It is right, and it is also wrong.
Okay.
We have so many first species of Earth. Where do you start?
Right,
Okay.
right.
It is right for 1, 2, 3, but 17 to 34 have 185 chakras.
Wow.
19, no, so on and so
Right,
forth. We have
okay.
so many first species.
Okay.
The story is that big.
Wow.
So you give all the credit to George for pointing it out.
Yeah, yeah.
Now the next phase, all right, you. Okay?
Yeah.
And if there's one first species they wanted to dominate the most, it's because they wanted to breed that species to mass population. And if they did, they needed to control those chakra systems and install domination and control at the chakra level.
Right, and that's done through the incarnation process,
Correct.
right? So what else has been distorted about the incarnation process? And
A lot.
A lot. I mean, basically, nobody's graduated for over 400 some thousand
Yep.
years. Okay, so are there individuals? Because it seems to me that there are individuals or beings that look like humans that are not even close to being human, may not even be ensouled. That is, they don't have a soul or a is it possible for that?
Biomechanical suits is what you're talking about?
I suppose.
Well,
Clones.
they're
and
clones,
robotics.
but here's the thing. When you create a clone of a person, you actually have a spark of that person in there. We're multidimensional beings.
Right.
When you create a clone, there's a spark of them in there.
Right.
When I function, I have parts in all different parts of dimensions interfunctioning so that I can be in this zone and doing this. When you create a clone of a person, you have essentially created a spark that has a very similar spiritual contractual pattern to it.
All right.
But it's
right.
against the entity's sovereign free will when you just collect its DNA and make a clone of it.
Okay.
So as soon as you create a clone against something sovereign free will, that entity is in domination and control and has very little of its own sovereignty. So a sentience can come in and out of it at any point. The vast majority of worlds out there, they have commerce where beings genetically build a suit for a consciousness to broadcast from one planet to another, and then they go into that suit, live there for a while, and then leave that suit, and that suit goes into cold storage for them.
Wow.
Or they unmanifest a body, travel energetically to the planet, and manifest a body somewhere else.
Huh. Well, now we were originally, as we were designed to
Do exactly that.
to do that, and to time travel and bilocate and move in between dimensions and
Right.
so on and so forth. So that probably hasn't, those skills have not existed for hundreds of thousands of years due to the fragmentation and the control system that's set up.
Mhm.
So now, how is this all going to get resolved? How are some of the ways that this can be resolved with all these different versions? At some point, doesn't all that have to be unified
Through Dreamtime.
through Dreamtime? Okay.
It always comes back to Dreamtime. The technology of the skin suit was created in Dreamtime by Unity Consciousness.
Huh. Interesting.
And then you have beings that are hijacking the astral world and creating fake Dreamtimes in sacred geometry cities.
Right. And then these are most major cities are sacred geometry cities, aren't they?
Absolutely every one of them.
Every one of them, yeah. So
The road systems are part of the sacred geometry.
the names.
The names, the light posts, the electrical wires, the cable wires. Guess
Right.
what? It's all integrated into that sacred geometry.
Right. So basically, humans don't have much of a chance to awaken at all, unless.
Well, they do. It's about claiming your sovereign free will. You know, before when we were outside, we were talking about, the light worker industry.
Oh,
you know
right,
what?
right.
There's some really powerful light workers out there, and I have a little something to say to them. We can't be cheerleaders anymore. We have to be proactive. We have to get out there and march. We have to begin to use our natural presence to create sparks of a march, in a unity march. One guy may not like his guy, one guy may not like this other woman's work, but we still, in unity, have to have enough forgiveness to come together, and it's part of the resistance of free earth.
Yes, absolutely. I'm so up for that. And that means putting aside any perceived differences, and that brings up the ego.
Absolutely.
That, so many New Age people are, in love with their own creations.
We're lost in light, love, and bliss.
Right.
And are ignorant, blissfully ignorant of reality.
Yeah, right. And so we've lost our edge and our anger.
Yep.
And we need that fuel. We need to become angry. We
Yes.
need to see the truth. And so it's important when people are pointing out that what's really happening, that light workers not say, well, you're just going down a conspiracy path. That we have to be able to see what we're talking about here and understand it in deeper levels, and so that we understand how we can come together in unity consciousness.
Correct.
Because that is the key, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Because
Unity consciousness doesn't have disagreeers in it.
Right, right.
Okay. Unity
Right.
consciousness doesn't have a group of cheerleaders.
Right, right.
It has everybody, in the metaphorical term, with a sign that has a pitchfork on one, another sign that has a torch on the other.
Right.
I'm not saying create violence. I'm saying
Right.
the signs speak all the metaphorical language we need. One sign's a pitchfork, one sign's a torch. You have 10,000 people in the streets of America doing that. They know the mob is back. The mob has always been they've been defeated by.
Now, how do we know what to do with our information when we know that the control system is set up to recognize when somebody gets too much light or they're getting too close? It's like grass growing. They can see that there's
Something growing quick.
Yeah, and they just cut it down.
Yep.
Isn't that how it works?
It comes to claiming their sovereign free will and using it and respecting it at every level. I came up with some spiritual removal contract documents for banking, for government, and for media.
Oh, good.
And I'll be putting another one out, how to reaffirm your spiritual contracts to Earth sentience, separate of a system of domination and control. And I encourage people that have read those, add your own to it. It is a framework.
Yeah.
And that framework is to use the words to empower yourself so that you understand using your sovereign free will is how you separate yourself from the rotten soul family that has been force incarnated with us.
Right. And do you have a website for that?
Yep, andrewbartzis.com.
Perfect. So 2011 to 2014 is that we're in this time frame now.
Correct.
what happens, so there will be people that may not even be aware of what's going on. The 2015 will come, 16, 17, and 18.
They will be in dream time, though.
In dream time. All
And
right.
when they're ready to come out, it'll only be like a few minutes or seconds past.
Right, because it will actually be that.
They're suspended and held into dream time until ready.
Right.
But Earth will be breaking into local realities again.
Oh, good.
When the armies began to march for Rome, for China, for Mongolia, they were conquering each local reality.
Mhm.
And as they conquered all of them, they made roads to all of them and linked them to sacred geometry cities.
Mhm.
They took away the unity consciousness and made disunity consciousness world.
Mhm.
Because they were all centralized location to the networks of roads in dominating cities.
And that's also connected to the ley lines, right?
Correct.
So
It was
did-
to overwrite the ley lines.
Overwrite
That's
them,
what-
yes.
to
They have
overwrite
been
them.
overwritten. So, of all these people that are doing ley line work, are they doing anything positive? I mean, are they actually...
Oh, they are doing very
Okay,
positive
okay.
work. The energy of Earth has gone from seventh dimensional to sixth dimensional, fifth to fourth to where we are now, low third.
Yes.
Because if we have any power, our weed grows really fast and they got to chop it down quick.
Right.
So, grid work, absolutely important.
Okay.
If we had people out there that were in some type of unity to do grid work with 5,000 people at a time, and 1,000 target one ley line, another 1,000 target another, in based off of a calendar system, you can change the way the ley lines create energy for all of our brothers and sisters of this world. The ley lines create the energy pattern for consciousness to expand.
Okay.
It's also the XY axis for astral projection. We've had thousands of societies and civilizations that all they did was watch those stars. And the stars that they watched aren't the same stars we watch today,
Right.
because reality is perceived through your culture. We're a media-driven culture now. They own our oral traditions.
Right.
Our oral historians were taken away. We still have some now that are out there trying to promote it, but the people that are born into the TV generation, the media generation, that's their oral history.
Right.
And it's not your mother and father as much anymore.
Right.
That's where it has to change. People like me coming out and doing the oral recording of the Akashic record.
Right.
Not in a trance, you can communicate and talk to me. I'm a real person.
Right. And you can get the facts.
I'm not channeling, I'm not anything like that. I'm simply in the Akashic record in a sacred neutral perspective. If I see something that's evil and dark in the Akashic record, it doesn't hurt me because it's just information.
Right.
If I
right.
allow myself to go in polarity and to be affected by it, I can't read the Akashic record anymore.
Right.
It
That
must
makes
be
sense.
a neutral recollection, recalling of it.
Yeah. And then that brings up the idea of us working very diligently on our judgments.
Yes.
Because once we move into judgment, we've moved into polarity
Correct.
consciousness, and we're then in duality. So it's not that ego is bad. It's just that
It's a survival tool.
right, and we are coming from survival because it's being thrown at us left, right, and center, and every which way,
Mhm.
including in our dream time.
Yep.
So, well, it looks like we're about ready to take another break, and we will return with Andrew Bartzis, and we will be talking more about this
Absolutely.
stuff. Okay. Welcome back. This is part 9 of our galactic history. I'm Lance White with Andrew Bartzis.
How you doing?
And we just left off talking about 911 as a multidimensional event.
Mm-hmm. Multidimensional time war event.
So that brings up the question, with all these timeline wars that occurred 50 plus million years ago that we've been talking about throughout this whole series, how many, just for re-clarification, how many timelines currently exist, and are they able,
One timeline, but our Earth has 3 timelines as its basic setup.
Okay.
The central graduation timeline was camouflaged. There were over 300,000 timelines. The above timeline had no choice but to absorb some of the 300,000, and the below timeline had no choice but to absorb some of the 300,000. And then they just kept creating more and more and more until finally it was overloaded, and it comes to the audit date. And in June 2011, they figured out how to unravel everything and figure out what is the central timeline. And once they did that, they were able to eliminate all the excess timelines except the above and below.
So they were able to do that without major trauma,
Correct.
other than 911, which was
necessary to happen.
It was necessary to happen. And as we talked about, that was created from higher levels than the beyond light and dark.
It was
as a consciousness.
9/11 was created by the dark entities,
right?
And when they showed that hand, all the light entities had an infinite time to react because they're in time wars. So the event happens and everything reacts to it and does timeline travels to change it.
Right.
But what ultimately manifested is whoever had the royal flush got it to win, but at the price of winning took everything else out.
Right. So that's what collapsed all of those. And so that was really it served a much higher purpose in the long run. In the short run, the players that are still managing this universe,
they got their kegger party afterwards.
Yeah. And then, in fact, I heard one person said that I interviewed said that that Bush had flown into some kind of jet location, and when he got off, all the bankers and everything were all cheering and had champagne glasses, and that was aired like on television. At once, probably. I'm sure the person who aired that will never be
live very
speaking.
long.
Right. May you rest in peace. So now we're back to a normal timeline, and as far as the dark control goes, what it appears to be is that they're ramping up. But in
I'll give you their strategy.
Okay. Let's hear it.
You have 15 multidimensional beings with all their pieces parts.
Okay.
Each one is a master hive controller of all the avatars. Each avatar has a mission in the system to maintain control for their faction. You have, how do I put this? These 15 versus 5,280 exterior species, with a species that has amnesia and held hostage in between. So whatever they choose to move is not about us. It's about countering the influences of the groups coming in.
Right.
So
they have us already.
They have us already.
They've had us for a long time.
Yeah. We're one of their aces.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So the moves that they do, dimensionally wise, are to counter the influencing of the positive forces here.
Okay.
The positive forces are trying to enter dream times, trying to get you to have positive dreams about galactic communication, free will, sovereignty, healing. They're encouraging those things, the good things that don't violate your free will when they're trying to give you the gift. The dark entities, how do I put this, will manipulate the ones the light entities are trying to fix. So it's a chess game with them. And at times they will put some players on a self-destructive path. So the good guys will come out and try to stop it, which will invest a whole group into here. Example like Syria. Why won't America invest into Syria? Well, the Russians are there, their drug money's there, their slavery money's there, their black market money is there. They put all their eggs in that basket. That's a factions basket that got exposed on media. And why won't America help it? Because that would help a rebellion that wasn't started by any of the factions. but
Huh.
ultimately got took over by the factions because the media began to promote it as a war because it had no choice. Example, the Green Revolution in Iran. It did more to create new consciousness in the world than it did to free its people.
Hmm. How so?
Because it was it was something that wasn't in the graphs and charts that they predicted.
Okay.
It was a natural human event that occurred at the youth level to the adult level in a dominated and controlled area. So the systems controllers there simply never saw it coming, ever.
So that's the blind spot that can be that neither side, none of the players are truly aware of. Maybe Prime Creator.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or just the consciousness going
well,
through the waves.
Right.
I mean, in the 60s, you rejected some. In the 70s, rejected. 80s, we rejected some of their controls frequently, and movements occurred. But the technology was to take over movements really fast. That's a lot of what their technology was about.
Yeah, right. To take over
Domination and control.
Right, domination and control. So that's
They
why,
learned from the 60s because the marches there weren't supposed. We could have been free in the 60s.
right. And how did they wrap that one up? It seems like they brought in methamphetamine and cocaine and all kinds
Heroin.
of heroin, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And then prescription medicines
yes. Oh, so as part of the shift, I must.
and jails. Was
Oh,
big.
yes, the jail
They
system.
went from almost no one in a jail to like 12 million in jail.
Yes, and private jails, and then of course you have the jails without rendition.
Yep.
That are being built faster than you can say Jack Rabbit. And then you've got that whole thing about the super soldiers and everything else and targeted individuals. So
Correct.
and probably a lot more that we're not even.
Well, I've put together a number of super soldiers, and I put the Humpty Dumpty back together. And there's an actual system that we put this is the warranty unit for anyone that's in the domination and control industry. They put a warranty on you, and if you break down, they'll fix you within that warranty. And if you don't break down by the end of the warranty, they kick you to the curb so they don't service you anymore. And that all runs through the Israeli programming units,
Huh.
which are all where all 15 factions come together to share super soldier resources because they do take time to make them that way.
Run that by me again.
Okay. It's on.
Check.
No, it's on now. It was on.
So the 15 get together in Israel.
There's buildings in Israel that are ancient technology. They're part of the control room functions that influence the grids of Earth.
Okay.
So they bring entities there, which are super soldiers in training, and they mass mind program them so then they can be put into timelines and ripped out of timelines, and so they can still be in control because it's very detrimental to the soul to be ripped out of a timeline.
I would think.
And then when the type of mind control and domination that they do on them is very predictable of how many pieces parts you'll break into in sub-personalities, and then they'll program the certain personalities to have reactions or disreactions or preventative wake-up reactions, and all this is inserted into the person and then given a warranty.
A warranty.
An actual warranty.
Wow. And so what happens if they break down?
If they break down, the warranting agent, the programmers, will fix whatever that broke down.
Oh, okay.
And they're responsible for all the money and energy for it.
Right, because this isn't a cheap event.
Correct.
These things actually cost energy, money,
Correct.
whatever, the trade and technology and the rest of it. Or they can also kick you to the curb.
And that's what's happening and why all these super soldiers are coming out. Bill Brockbrader, classic example.
No.
His warranty broke down while he was still in service, talking about Tomahawk missile double strikes in the 1990s. Okay?
And he's still in jail.
He's
isn't
in
he?
jail now on trumped-up charges.
On trumped-up charges, and in fact,
He was given the shaft.
he was given the shaft, and that they have also been exerting mind control and using chemicals and the rest of it on him as well. So
Well,
how many?
they're not mind controlling him like that because he's integrated into the timeline, and if they take him out, the timeline falls apart for them. He's part of their predictive modeling because
Okay.
they've predicted him in the future.
So it's guaranteed that he has to be alive.
Yes.
But
And
so they can't.
and unmind controlled in a free willed state.
Ah, interesting.
But he's got programming he has to defeat on his own.
Wow. Now, how many of these people are that you are aware of are being held that have stepped out of line?
I mean, I can list a name: Duncan Affinian, Miranda Affinian, Dave Corso, Casbolt, all of those guys that are on the super soldier thing. Their warranty broke down and they were kicked to the curb. And eventually they put themselves back enough together and got angry enough and went on air and talked about it.
So really what's important is when somebody starts to awaken to what's been going on and what's happened to them, it's important to not to repress the anger and do all the love and forgiveness thing right away. It's important to get your information out there.
Right.
Because otherwise no one else knows about it.
Exactly.
And we're all operating on a blind.
Exactly.
You know, like with white canes, because we have amnesia and we're not really connected that well.
Exactly.
Yeah. So this is part of the coming out process that you're talking about, that there will be information that will hit that will just be like waves of information, and about every level.
Every level.
Every
But
level.
the thing is, how do these waves cut? I liken it to a hurricane. Okay? The both sides predict an incoming hurricane. And one model says it'll hit Florida, and another model says it'll hit New York. And then you
Okay.
have 200,000 other people all making their own models saying it's right. No one knows.
Okay.
No one knows.
Okay. So that's kind of like HARP and weather control. The Fukushima event, obviously.
Yes. At the same time, the event is already done.
Right. And no one can mess with the timeline to alter it now. So now it seems as if each hand is going to have to be really, well, they're kind of stymied.
It's the highest dimensions chess move, final chess move.
Right, because it's played through all
Right.
the repetitious games that can be played at every level,
Correct.
right up to the final hand.
Right.
Okay.
But at the final hand is going to be not the way I described 9/11, where everything comes together to try to counteract it. It'll be like that, but on a Dreamtime level. The last powers of the sacred geometry cities that control our Dreamtime
Mhm.
will battle against the unity consciousness Dreamtime together, and the disunity dream reality will fail, and
Mhm.
its energy will be absorbed by the dream reality. Thus, the controllers have lost all their power. But we are the ones that have to pick up the pieces and understand what that all means, share the user manual to the human skin suit, begin to train healers, allow our galactic brothers in, still deal with Dreamtime, and still understand the fact that there's a planetary sentience that's waking up underneath our feet and wants to talk to us. Then we have neighbors in our solar system that are going to be knocking on the door for asking for a cup of sugar.
And from underneath into Hollow Earth and the various
Exactly.
dimensions.
All
Okay.
of it.
And that will all happen
On a soul family level.
Okay.
That will
All
be
right.
the separation of densities, and that will be how these migrations work.
And that will occur also on Dreamtime, but also in 3D time as well.
3D time will end.
Okay.
Eventually.
Well,
It'll sputter along.
Oh, you're right, okay.
With stopwatch here, the stops here and there.
so is it fair to say that things will begin to get very strange for a while because
Yes.
you will be
And there
in
will
and
be
out-
other timeouts.
Oh, okay.
But
All right.
timeouts in a different way.
How so?
Let's think of the way an American football game works.
Okay.
You're down to 3 minutes. The game's tied. You know there's a 2-minute warning coming.
Right.
And you both got 3 timeouts left.
Right.
That means in American football time, that could go an hour and 25 minutes easily.
Oh, yeah.
That's where we're at now.
Okay.
So the forces of dark realize that they've already lost, and are going to do whatever they can do to save their own butts to not be in the choice of galactic recyclement. They're going to check their own ego there some way, shape, or form.
Mm,
The ones that don't care will run the program to the end and
Right.
be removed.
right.
The light forces that are in zealot nature and are battling the other ones that are in ego will also have sets of timeouts and will be given choices to figure out what they're going to do
Because they're also out of control.
out of control in
They're
a contractual form.
Yeah.
Then the people like us that are like me or like you that
Right.
are just here to be a part of resistance for the earth and we
Right.
don't care about their political propagandas
Right.
are going to exude unity consciousness in a neutral way, and that will outweigh polarity. So
Right.
there'll be unity consciousness that accepts both polarities but only allows you to perceive it as the neutral when you put it into your cellular memory.
Right.
Then there's light polarity that only going to allowing the light beliefs, and the dark polarity only allowing the dark beliefs. So all three of those will have to figure out how to work together.
Right. Right. And whatever is unable to work into the new equation, yeah, they're gone.
They're gone.
And we don't have to worry about any kind
We'll
of
be in control of the control rooms, raise the density and vibration of the planet, and those entities that can't go through the incremental increasing of energy on the grid won't be able to live here.
right.
And that includes some of the galactic brothers and sisters that are here right now.
Yeah.
They literally won't be able to live here because they haven't raised their vibration, and not enough of us have left to help them in their graduation process.
So once we graduate, though we'll be able to assist.
By exchanging soul codes.
Okay.
So it finishes their process on their world.
But that's done from a multidimensional level, and then their dream time.
There will be us that physically go there, and
Oh.
the physical meeting will create healing that will
Okay.
spread inside that culture. And as
Oh.
that meeting spreads, they will have complete soul codes, and then they begin their ascension process.
So-
Or if they've already done it and are just missing the last piece and stuck, they get their party.
Okay, and then we have our own soul codes to complete.
Yep.
The what you call the vaccination, which has to do with not carrying a virus
Out into the
from
galaxy.
our realm, which has been implanted in us, into other galaxies and killing trillions of people
Which
without
has
even-
happened many times.
Which has happened many times, and that has to do with the piracy of genetics and soul codes and the rest of it.
and in certain DNA-based virus lineages from low vibration worlds turned into weapons.
Ah, right. So little humans, like a human bomb.
Correct.
So when we see
Plague carriers.
what are they?
Plague
Plague carriers.
carriers.
Right. So yes, that would be a very tricky thing to do. I can see with that.
There were actually versions of us that were made to be that, and they're hidden amongst the DNA.
Well,
That was an actual thing that was built in, so if another race was a light race was going to invade here with physical troops on the ground and reconquer the local realities and bring them back up, they would have to deal with the fact that no matter how you scan the DNA, 1 out of every 1,000 was a plague carrier.
was that one of the reasons for inventing HIV and AIDS?
No, that was to eliminate specific soul family members, actually.
Okay,
Was
which
to
ones?
just anyone that's in a high-powered, high-energy soul family status, like you have enough relations to other people
Yeah.
that the disease will look for people that has a large volume of soul family that was missed by the detection system.
Oh. Well, I must have a huge soul family because I've had HIV for 31 years and I'm still alive.
You're still alive.
I've had AIDS for 8 or 9, but
You're
debilitating.
still alive.
And I'm healthier than I've ever been. So, that breaks a few rules right there,
You healed yourself.
Well, technically, I still have to use the pharmaceuticals.
Right.
So, but there will be a point at which that will just dissolve. That the illusion, that part of
The illusion will dissolve.
Yes, and so that everything that we perceive as part of the holographic reality that's controlling us is really an illusion in the sense that it's been created to. It's like the Matrix, in other words, is what I'm trying to say. We're plugged into the Matrix.
We are plugged into the Matrix, yes.
And then some of us are working in the underground
And some of us are working in the underground of the underground.
right. And there might be...
Because even the underground is an illusion at times.
Oh, right.
Because the underground is hollow earth.
Still duality and polarity.
Right.
So, because there can't be an under and over.
There you get it now.
There only is.
There only is.
Right. So this has already happened, and
But because it's already happened, it still has to finish.
right,
Because
and we
all
still
the timeline wars
Right.
means it has to finish.
and we still have to sit here and go through the motions of talking and carrying on this conversation as if we've never done it before.
Yes, but at the same time, it's our free will to stop it. See? That's the crazy
Oh.
part about being a free-willed planet.
Oh, okay. You mean to just stop the conversation, or to
No,
stop?
To stop the event.
Oh. Now the event is not something we want to stop, is it? Hell no.
The sleep people want to stop it, though, because they're in domination and control.
Yeah,
and not aware of their
right.
tacit consent being taken.
Right, and so you have a huge...
Manifesting, co-creating beings. We can manifest our own destruction or our own healing.
right.
And some will manifest personal destruction in their own dream world until they're ready to come out. And there'll be those of us who parachute into these worlds and try to heal them and lure them out. And that a big portion of our society, that will be their job.
Yeah, yeah.
And many of the controllers will have to use their skills for good to help people out of that. That will be their restitution.
Right. That makes perfect
Because
sense.
they understand what put them in there, and they can understand what gets
them out the fastest. So it would be logical to get those people that have, yeah, exactly. So that would entail the use of all the control rooms.
Correct. Which would raise the vibration of Earth and the grid, and you'd be able to see the grid on the line and in the sky.
Right. So we'll be looking. Some of us will be looking, and we'll all of a sudden see things that
see auras.
weren't there before.
Correct.
And you mentioned the Aurora Borealis and the
North Pole.
the
That's
North
where
Pole.
the Dreamtime societies live.
Okay, now they're there now, right?
They've always been there.
Okay, those are the indigenous and the...
The ancestral family lineage homes.
Okay, all 72.
Well, there's more.
Oh.
There's 2,200 separate soul families.
Okay.
2,300 separate alien races that have all come here
Okay.
to input their DNA.
Oh, okay. And they're all basically stuck as well until we graduate. Or not.
No, not everyone is stuck.
Okay.
Certain parts of their migration patterns are stuck because other parts have their soul codes, but doesn't complete the soul codes of another soul family.
Okay.
So
It's all interrelated.
It's all interrelated.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So in other words, it's the butterfly effect.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Huh.
Things that make you go, huh?
Yeah, things that make you go on in the night. Okay. Well, it looks like we're reaching the end of our...
Another multi-dimensional 25-minute second.
And I was just going to ask you about the Nazca lines and some of these other things and the historical... anyway, we will get into those topics that we were dreaming up when we return for part 11.
Okay.
I believe. Yes, that's right.
Part 11.
Okay. All right, break time. So welcome back to part 5, Lance White with Andrew Bartzis. And we left off with Atlantis, the several rises and falls. There wasn't just one.
3 rises, 3 falls.
Okay.
Each peak of consciousness had a low density space versus a high density space. So each time they went from wide density to tight packed, they lost consciousness and the world descended.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at this part where the creation of the Hollow Earth Network, the Agarthans, they're the essential. I've described Earth as having 3 timelines.
Right.
They're the above and below. They're the guardians of Hollow Earth. The Agarthan Network is the framework for the resistance of Free Earth. The resistance to free earth is how to get in here and plan your life 1,000 lifetimes ahead so that you're a manifest and co-creating being between 2011 and 2014. The Agartha network was set up during the last rise of Atlantis. They had understood what the Lemurians went through, why they were leapfrogging through time. They ultimately understood there was no winning. None. Right. So the only thing they could do was use their technology to help the people that were already caught in the system. And any new beings that were coming here telling them, no, you cannot come here, you will be stuck. This is the greatest sadness of Atlantis, is telling these beings you can't live here. The Agartha network was set up so that these cities leapfrogging, these air cities leapfrogging through time would go inside the planet. And once they were inside the planet, those beings that needed to come here can come here in fifth dimensional or sixth dimensional status and still be close to their soul family and oversee them in dream space. So the Agartha network was set up to be the Dreamtime Defenders, the place that beings that are lost in time, you know, there are people that I've met in my reading scenarios that are lost in time. We'll just call him Johnny Z. He's a military vet. He's a 23-year-old man with a 54-year-old person put inside him. He was 13 years old and taken out of his body and put into a clone. And the 54-year-old version of him, who has been a time traveler for over 300 time drunks, was put into his 13-year-old body because they needed to lock him in a system so no one could truly figure out what missions he was running. The Agartha network is meant to help those people that are stuck in the worst of the worst of the worst. They're the ones that are going to come forth with soul surgery technology so that they can put the pieces parts back together. I've had so many experiences of trying to put beings back together here or on the Pleiadian command ships or any of the other multiple group minds that I get pulled into. When I see the Agartha network and Hollow Earth, Mount Shasta, January 11th, 2013, asked me to come here and read this record because to them I had already done it. Okay? So I'm here now in this quantum no field of energy, and for the audience that's out there that doesn't understand what that is I'm literally reading the Akashic record live. There is no hesitation. I am in the no field of energy, reading the questions based off of what energy he's bringing, what soul codes he's bringing. We're in Stewart Mineral Springs right now, on the summer solstice. The synchronicities that's gathered us all here is beyond proof of all of us that we're meant to be here in this time. So what questions do you have specific about Hollow Earth or the Agartha network?
Well,
the Akashic record is 100% open.
Wow.
There is no restrictions and there is no secrets.
Wow. It's such an honor to be able to hear this, because it seems like I've waited my entire life to find out what the truth was. So now the Agarthans, what density would you say
the Agarthans are a collage of the 72 first species of our world.
Okay.
We've time traveled back to the beginning so many times. Earth had to have multiple first species. They are the light entities and the gray entities that said we will be the Dreamtime Defenders of Earth in the future, and we will go deep into Earth's core and create soul space societies that the soul commerce of education and understanding and teachings can continue on this world, though they won't be on the graduating timeline. They'll still be able to function with the soul family. Now, the 72 first species of Earth represent the time travel wars. The Agartha network is separate of the time travel wars. It was created to be outside of the time wars in a limited concept. When Atlantis understood it was going to fall, it did the last part of the fortification process, the last pyramid process, to put control rooms on Earth. And these control rooms, there's 40 control rooms spread around. 21 of them are in control by both light and dark forces right now. But you need all 40 control rooms to raise the vibration of this planet. The Agartha network is what oversees those other 19 that are hidden. They protect to make sure that all 40 aren't captured and controlled. They're there to be the guardians for our heritage, our inheritance, and our inheritance is we're a unified species on a dreamtime level, on a physical and a DNA level, and we're meant to return to a higher dimensional status so we can go back and begin to heal these traumatic lines of karma through graduating classes.
So those who are graduating in the ascension process will be moving into another density.
Sort of. They will dream into the Agarthan network, and their density of their soul will determine what Agarthan city they go to, if it's Telos or Shaga or Shambhala or any of the other ones. And their soul density is based off of what how do I describe this? What soul family they've been a part of. Each city is set up. The only way to get in it, you must have soul family relation or DNA family relation to that city. Even though once you're in the Hollow Earth network, you can go to any of them, but to get in the first time, you must have those codes to get in. So it's well protected. And the multidimensional being goal is always to get the Hollow Earth, was to get to the inside space so that they can be the spirit guides to everyone. Right now, they're not the spirit guides to everyone. They're just in the governmental control in this hijack system that they've created.
Now, there was a story that went on about Admiral Byrd discovering the Hollow Earth.
He did do that.
Did he? Okay. And is there, in fact, or was there an entrance in the North Pole and the South Pole?
There's an entrance in the North Pole and the South Pole, and multiple entrances spread all throughout the Earth, actually. There was a system of tunnels, underground tunnels, that were created during the final part of the second fall of Atlantis, and then during the rise before the third fall. They understood that the Hollow Earth system needed to be amplified in such a way that the local realities that would eventually get conquered could enter these tunnels. And let's say you wanted to go from Japan to Ireland, there was one tunnel that you could go through, and you could be there in a matter of days instead of years. So these tunnel systems were set up so that the consciousness of people could recede into the Earth and go through these tunnels, which were portals, and come up into another local reality, and then be immigrants to that local reality as the other local realities are being conquered one by one by one.
So this sounds almost like an underground system of rebellious.
It's the resistance of free Earth.
Yeah.
They are the teachers of how people can plan their soul, their lives thousands ahead of time. If we didn't have that here, we wouldn't be where we're at right now. Millions upon billions of us have been our resistance of free Earth. Because we took the time to learn from our guides in the astral world before we jumped into the machine.
So it is a machine that's an incarnational machine.
It is a machine
that the archons and artificial intelligence are running. Wow. Now, okay, so what else are they doing to empower us at this level?
They bring forth creativity so that there can be soft disclosure through books, through poetry, through music, through culture. They also bring hard disclosure. Those truth people that are out there, I could name any one of them. You just think of the top 10 in the truther movement. They're guided by those resistance free Earth people that are in Hollow Earth. That's their purpose. They're here to make sure that us get our sovereign free will and understand how to use it, because it's a very powerful responsibility.
Right.
Very powerful responsibility.
Right.
They're also in control of the unity consciousness drive that's in the center of the Earth.
I might have read this somewhere that there's a king and queen of Agartha. Is that
That's
just
human linguistics limitation.
Okay.
It's a council,
Okay.
and that council changes every time they go from a dense to a light spot. And the only reason it changes is because there's new immigrants that are coming in, and whoever's in that lead aspect has to have soul family related to it so they can interact with them. And the ones that leave councilship still are doing their job. They're just not in that, for lack of better linguistics, political. Because political, when we say political, we have so many in things behind it.
Right.
It's
right.
not a two-party system. It's a no-party system.
Right.
All right. So they don't have the same dogmas that we do.
Right. So many of us have a soul family that's in Hollow Earth.
Correct.
And
And we
working
will
on
dream
our
them.
yes.
We will dream them during the
Okay.
Dreamtime events.
Which is happening now.
Correct. We just had one just
We
outside.
we had one outside.
Mhm.
Yes, quite amazing. Quite amazing. So, what would the Agarthans like us to know, in terms of what information can empower us?
I can only speak of the Akashic record from a neutral
Okay.
perspective,
Okay.
but I function with many societies in Hollow Earth, in the Pleiadian command ships, in the Ashtar, all over. And what they want us to know is our sovereign free will is the most important thing from them. They get so many entities that just pop into their ships and say, we need it now. And the
Mhm.
answer is, they cannot violate your sovereign free will. We have to do it. We have to claim our sovereign free will and say, no, we do not want to live like this. That's their message.
Yeah.
How else do we, me and Lance, explain to the listeners your sovereign free will is reality, is your reality? Hollow Earth is a reality, but the only way to get there is to be a sovereign free will being who fully understands the choices that they're making. If you want to communicate to those people that are in there, they are soul family, and you will recognize them instantaneously from their imagery and color.
Mm.
If you find a light being that's just overwhelming you with light and making you crying, tell it to stop. You have to set up the rules for it to communicate to you by your sovereign free will.
Mm.
So much of your sovereign free will is gone that all they can do is give you the blissful light energy and hope that you take it in and heal with it and nurture yourself so that you can set up the boundaries of communication so the language can be completed through a telepathic way.
Mm. And part of our evolution, it seems, is to awaken the telepathic communication, which relates again to your dream time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Dreamtime is the telepathic communication grid. We as a species are meant to be in dreamtime all the time.
Huh. So it's kind of like the movie Inception, dreams within dreams within dreams.
But that's how you create multiple pieces of yourself, because we're multidimensional beings.
Mm.
And we can even give sovereign free will to pieces, parts of ourselves, so that they can go out and we can experience life even faster.
Huh. Interesting.
And many of the people in the Hollow Earth network, or the Hollow Earth grids, or the cities, are an avatar, and then they have thousands or dozens of their pieces, parts, off-world, inter-co-creating with the 5,283 separate species that are enforcing the quarantine here. So they have physical parts of themselves interacting with all the people here in unity to enforce the quarantine to end the system. And we, both me and you, both have parts up there making sure, we gave them sovereign free will a long time ago so that they could interact with the future species that were coming here.
Mm-hmm.
We made sure we created friendships. We made sure we created lasting loves and relationships that made sure that there was a circle of trust coming from the center of the avatar that has sent a piece of sovereign free will entity to them.
Hmm. So this is a long story that's evolving, and we're right at the crux of it right now, in 2013, 2014.
Now, the 21st, I recently did a show with Chris Hales talking about what happens on the 21st. Well, the 21st is another fear date.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's another fear date for a very important reason. It's been 6 months since the 21st of December. The 21st of December was the first single spark in unified dreamtime we've had in 28,000 years.
Huh.
It's the first spark.
Wow.
As we went from galactic winter to galactic spring to galactic summer. Galactic summer and human summer is aligning, and they need to make sure there is fear and propaganda out there, because this is the time that the event begins. And the event is already happening. It just isn't to a point where the media is going to report it.
Mm-hmm.
As I've said, you'll have kids sharing dreams the experience we had outside, the experience that I've had on the mountain, the experience that we had having dinner, all those will be in people's faces.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's fear and propaganda, they won't be inside their mind to allow the experience to happen long enough. The stock market crashed for a reason. 300 points is nothing.
Right.
It's nothing. It's
Right.
just a fear game.
Right.
Okay? They can gain
Right.
700 points back in a day.
Oh yeah, pump a few
Mhm.
$1 trillion in there.
Mhm.
It's all a rigged game.
Absolutely. 100% rigged. Rigged to create fear.
Yeah.
Fear is your mind killer. Fear is the limitation. Expectation is the next thing that we have to get over. We as human beings can't live with expectations. You have to learn to live in the moment. That's how you live in dreams. When you expect a dream to turn out a way, the dream ends.
Right. Right. And when you move into fear, the dream
Ends.
yeah, and you kick yourself out of the dream.
So the hollow earth is a series of tunnels on the surface that leads you to lower layers into the crust. There's the inner earth, and then there's the crustal societies. Societies that are on the very edge of living in the graduation timeline, but are still within the hollow earth energy system.
Mm.
So these are like the ant people that the Native Americans speak of.
Mm.
And there's been great insectoid species that have been living on Earth, nurturing our species, and they are not evil in any way, shape, or form. They are heart-based species
Yeah.
that share dream space through a queen. And there are many, many of these insectoid species that have come from the hollow earth, migrated to the actual graduation timeline, and then bred with us so that they could have soul relations to the queens of heart energy below, who are directly linked to the Earth Mother's sentience.
Wow.
Don't be afraid of them. Don't.
Right, right. I've often found praying mantises to be significant
Beautiful.
for me.
Mhm.
They're absolutely magnificent, and the communication is just like pure thought.
Mhm. Pure
It's-
thought,
it's
pure
beautiful.
love.
It's beautiful.
Now Telos.
Oh
Mount
yes.
Shasta is where
Tell
the
us
location
about
of
Telos.
Telos is where Adama, the head, the current council head, exists. And he's come to me in many situations. And as the galactic historian, there are things that I don't know that I know, and things that he doesn't know.
Huh.
And the situation that arose when I was asked to come to Mount Shasta to read this, he had their own version of a prophecy. Now, I'm not one for prophecy, I'm one of what's written in the Akashic Record.
Right.
And the Akashic Record is time more, consciousness exploration, time more, consciousness exploration, so on and so forth. So when he came and said, I want you to do this, I said, I will go there and do what it is that I can do from the sacral neutral perspective. I will not shine any light onto any one society. And he said that was fine. And at that point, the crystal of Telos was put into my crown chakra. And it is separating the density and allowing the hollow earth to communicate through the Akashic Record of sacred neutral that we're all a single species. And that we need to complete our soul codes. We are limited by soul family, the system of domination and control. Make sure that we don't have a complete soul family in our existence. And when you have a complete soul family, you're unstoppable. They want us to know that. I
So-
came here by my free will. By my free will, I chose to be the galactic historian. By my free will, I say every word that I can.
So, how do people begin to find? It seems to me that finding your soul family would be an organic process. That
Correct.
it would intuitively follow your inner guidance, and that people will just show up.
People will just show up,
Yeah.
and then you will just recognize them.
Well, right,
Yeah.
right. It's right. It's like old friends, you know.
Mhm.
It's like, when I saw you and the people that I'm up here with. I know we're all soul family. I mean, there's no question in my mind.
Mhm. Absolutely, no question
Yeah.
in our mind.
Yeah, it's just the way it is. So, so here we are at Mount Shasta, and
The city of Telos there.
the city of Telos is.
I've been finding myself, how do I describe this? Existing there, and existing here, and existing other places at the same time. I'm here right now, but there's a part of me that's on the mountain looking at the mountain and the sun setting.
Mm.
And that energy of the sunset is being transmitted to me here, so I may stay in this quantum field of no energy and make the Akashic record open to any question.
Now, what about the stargates?
Good question. The stargates are based off of our womb chakras.
Ah.
A stargate can open in a womb chakra, and that DNA wisdom and the physical inhabitants there can be transported through our sun to any planet that has our soul codes, or solar system that has our soul codes. This world has a complete set of soul codes to all galaxies.
Wow. So this is a very advantageous place to be, as difficult and horrific as it has been.
It's the piece of the pie everyone wants.
Wow. Wow.
That's why this drama has been gone on and on
And on
and
and
on
on.
and on. There were galaxies that weren't even created yet, and we still had the soul codes to them.
Wow.
That's the crazy part.
Yeah. Interesting.
Now, I've also said in many interviews, not only am I connected to the Akashic record of this world, but 20,000 other worlds. And to be the galactic historian, you have to have lived in all of those worlds and been true soul family to all of them and had true love with each member of that soul lineage. When I interfunction with all 20,000 Akashic records as a single one, at times there's a perspective difference. And me, the human, has to create linguistics that help us understand. Some of the information that I brought up has actually disturbed some of the other galactic entities that are listening into this conversation, because they do. They listen into many of our shows because they're observing us and at the same time allowing the information to go through them, because there's stuff that they don't know. And doesn't make me special. I'm in no field. I'm reading the quantum energy simply because I'm allowing my heart space to exist and allow the flow to be complete. So I'm at a point where all 20,000 Akashic records are single now, and I've understand all the different perspectives. And all these different perspectives that are coming out are what helping these beings that are enforcing the quarantine to give them more hope. To give us hope. To reclaim our sovereignty, reclaim our free will, to get us on the path of being whole species. In unity instead of disunity.
Right, right. I don't know anybody that's not completely just saddened by the disunity on this planet. Every direction you turn, you see it, you feel it, you experience it. And that's something we need to break through,
Right.
which is why we're doing this show, or this interview, so that we can move through the fear and the hopelessness.
Get
and
beyond it.
Right.
I mean, I know there are people that are having difficulties comprehending this, and at times you'll have to go through and listen 2 or 3 or 4 times. I've done other shows where they've gone viral, and the shows that brought you here,
Yeah.
I speak in layers, and I'll be absolutely honest. I speak in layers because I'm speaking to each and every one of you individually and as a complete archive. Everyone that's listening live and everyone that's listening in the future archives, you exist right now in this no-time field. And the energies of the Akashic record you are bringing to this energy, even if you're not listening to it until this exact second, you hit play and you see me saying this. Okay?
Yeah.
Here right now, there are millions of people listening to this, for me,
Yeah.
but there's just 3 of us in the room right now.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's amazing. Well, it looks like this little segment has flown by on angel wings, so
Quick 25 minutes.
it certainly is. So if you stay tuned, you will get to hear more when we return with part 6.
Okay.
Welcome back. This is part 9 of our galactic history. I'm Lance White with Andrew Bartzis. Now, we were talking about the ascension process, and one of the things that you've been talking about is the importance of dream cities.
Correct.
And that's different from the air cities that Lemuria created. A dream city.
Sort of.
Okay.
The old Lemurian air cities will become our new dream cities, because an air city is a group of sentients that put their energy together, the unmanifested body put their energies together and made a functional vessel, reality, drive, energy vehicle. And it can be anchored in the space in between air molecules in the North Pole, so there can be a tremendous amount of them there. The dream cities specifically are places that were created by ancestors in a specific spot of the sentience of Earth that says this DNA lineage, all of those members may dream into this realm or dream into this realm. The air cities will exist in technically all of the dream realms when you're ready to ascend to the highest layer of that realm to meet the highest layer of your ancestors in that line.
Wow, so it could be a multi-dimensional process.
It is all multi-dimensional.
Okay.
Nothing is single-dimensional.
Right,
anymore.
so you could be in the 9th and the 5th and the...
The beginning is about connecting to your ancestors, physically with our star brothers and sisters.
Okay, good.
And then dream time, the soul family versions of them, the ones you recognize from all the other lifetimes.
Okay, so when people are concerned, there's a big movement for disclosure.
Mm-hmm.
The ascension process is the ultimate disclosure because you're actually moving back to your family, your soul family of origin,
Mm-hmm.
which is all the different galactic
Correct.
that you had.
And then the ones that are in Hollow Earth that are the ones that are next door neighbors.
Ah, right. So
And we'll have to meet the neighbors pretty quick.
ah, yes. Now, are there plasma beings below too?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and so there are probably numerous
There's
sentient.
Numerous that we have not even begun to comprehend yet.
And are they all also independent of our?
There's many reflections inside Hollow Earth. There's dinosaurs in there because they didn't die out. They just became an ancestor spirit for other animals.
Huh.
Okay?
Okay.
It all is reused and recycled.
So any species that's extinct
Is there.
Is there. Nothing really dies. Everything
It
lives,
just moves
is
on to a
eternal
different
and
dimension.
infinite. Okay. And so death is the same way. It's just
Correct.
a transition from one dimension to another, or from a limitation of dimensions to unlimited, unless you're being recycled through the archontic grid,
And then you don't get to that all the other wonderful stuff. You just
And-
get put right back in.
and your memory's erased on top of it.
Because
So
that's the rules of our world.
those are the rules of our world, which was supposed to be free will, and currently is.
So it's supposed to be 100% free will with no memories. So that was its intention.
And it's become more like
Virtually no
free will, and then very few memories, if
Very
any,
few memories, if any.
and closing. And so the ultimate game for those who would play God, or who want to be the victors, would be total enslavement of the species
Correct.
permanently, without the need for expending large amounts of energy on maintaining them.
Right. Because they can just take it from us.
Right. And so they're using our energy. Do they get energy from source as well?
No.
So we are their source.
We are their source on purpose. When they wanted to go after service to self-ascension,
Mhm.
these are the 15 multidimensional beings, when they decided they would do that, they were a little mafia. And that little mafia agreed that the big date is here, way, way, way in the future, and we're way, way over here. Let's work together for the first 12 million years. Then after that, it's anyone's game. So they
Okay.
did. They agreed to work together for that long of a time to set this up,
Which it was right now.
which is right now.
But if they're working to set it up, they must be pretty certain that they've won.
No, they mostly know they know. They've lost. But they have so many pieces, parts of themselves that have so much ego from being in domination and control.
Right.
They're not even perceiving they've lost yet. So essentially the hive mind that has given sovereign free will to be dominating species has lost its sovereign control over those sovereign entities.
Plus then you have the rogue elements, and then you have each of the 15 having cards up their sleeves.
And then you put the walk-ins into them.
Oh yeah, right. So it's anybody's game. Now,
Exactly.
you said also that there is a council of 12 that oversees
Correct. Council of 12 energy beings.
Okay.
And they're the ones that sit on the spiritual courts of equity to make sure soul families can't resolve issues.
Okay, and since Earth has been removed from the process,
Blocked
blocked
by
then,
technology.
then the system has been taken over and corrupted. So, and as you said, several of those members were kicked off, and so currently,
Locked in.
What's the current status of the Council of 12?
I can't actually tell you the number of the ones that are walking. It would be right, because they know, but there are people that know, and then there are people that just shouldn't know.
Okay, gotcha. but it's in the process of being.
Yes, a number of
the
them
equity is being
a number of them have been
has been
replaced, as well as
rebalanced.
their henchmen, minions, everything in their line.
And it seems like a good chess move would be to not let those that have been playing with you know that you've walked in. You're there, and you're still the same controller that they've always known.
There's no difference because you hold all the contracts.
You hold the contracts, and of course, you pick up all the information and the memories and everything else, the cellular, so on. Do they have cells?
That's
Okay, so they have a physicality of sorts, or could have.
the main Council of 12 doesn't actually have bodies, though they can use an octopus system to go into multiple entities to issue controls to the system.
So how do they? Okay,
They're puppets. They do puppetry of people.
So they're not really necessarily looking out for the ascension process, and it's all been, that part has been corrupted as well.
Correct.
Okay, now who oversees the Council of 12?
No one, but
Nobody?
the Prime Creator. It was his final deadline. They had free will to do that until the deadline.
And the deadline is when?
Passed already, March 20th to the 22nd.
Okay.
Management reshuffle.
Okay.
We had timeout, management reshuffle.
Okay.
Now after the 21st, time on, game's on.
Okay, so it's going to be gloves are off.
Fighting with themselves internally and
Right.
externally.
Right, because the way
As people come out and start telling their truth.
and that's going to be an interesting process and that will definitely hit the news. So the news will
It'll be a
have
multi-dimensional game of whack-a-mole. This one comes up, no whack. This one comes up, whack. This one comes up, whack. 15 come up, oh, where do I hit first?
sounds like fun. So we will see in short order within my lifetime, and for sure, the collapse of the control of the media,
Correct.
the controls by the church.
The church will be spectacular.
Oh yes, yes.
They hold a lot of cards. And think of it as a game of poker.
Okay.
You got to show your. Oop, we got a friendly moth coming through.
Hello.
It's a multi-dimensional moth.
Right. It's blessing us. Healing.
Think of it a game of 7-card Texas Hold'em poker, and it's everyone's got to show their hands. So there's 1,000 people at the table. The first guy to show his hands shows tens and jacks.
Okay.
Pretty good. So the 999 other people out there that are there have to show their cards too and beat that.
Oh my God. And then once the first domino falls, it'll be like V for Vendetta.
Correct.
You know, and what will precipitate that first domino falling? Because as I see it, as I've seen it,
dreams first.
Okay, dreams first. Okay.
Dreams at the kid level, dreams at the adult level, dreams at the senior citizen level. Because
Oh.
they'll have to be woken up differently.
Oh,
Okay.
right.
A senior citizen and a kid, big difference between the two.
That's right.
Plus the ages and vibrations they grew up in. So as that first wave comes and the kids and the senior citizens suddenly see eye to eye, and the adults are trying to look into two directions instead of one.
Mm-hmm.
You have a time for the separations of generations because our media has made us one amalgamation generation.
Mm.
So we have to. That's one of the first separation of densities.
Huh.
So there
So
will be elderly that realize they're a kid,
ah,
that are their young spirit,
right.
and they'll revert their age.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Nice.
There'll be kids who realize they're much older and will age very fast.
Huh.
And then there'll be the middle adults who determine if they're going to be the new elders
Right.
or if they're going to try for the process to get out.
Ah.
So they got their choices: teaching or learning.
Wow. And that will all be service to all, or service to others.
Well, service to
sense.
self will take on a whole new meaning. Healing yourself is
right.
healing the whole.
Right. But the whole element of only self-service was the part that will be
Correct. The selfishness part of it.
Right.
And
And
consumerism and the monetarism all we have no purpose.
so that means also a collapse of Wall Street and the banking system
Well, collapse
of some sort. A
let's-
transformation.
Let's look at collapse as the linguistics, because this is one of the tricky parts that I, as the interpreter of the Akashic record, have to repeat into a linguistics that's meant to limit you consciously, meant to limit you
Right.
at intonation. When we say, because this is a buzzword, the collapse
Yeah.
of the financial system,
Yeah.
collapse is, for me, the intonation behind it is fear.
Right.
It is
That's right.
fear.
It is fear.
But when you look at collapse, there are other ways to use it. You can say collapsing a timeline, which is allowing to revert to normal. There's so much data behind the stock market system, even though it's completely rigged. There's always been a sentience in the up and down, and they use these predictive models based off of our DNA scans and the etheric satellites that are up there that can basically give you a computational model of what all of the sentience on a given section of a county or a state is, and then they can look at all of those and make a bar and a chart of all the consciousness changes that are going on each day as the sun goes around and around and around, and they can make a predictive model of how much sentience is growing or ascending.
And then make adjustments accordingly.
Correct.
And is a large part of that the artificial intelligence network?
Yes, that functions with the etheric satellites, and then the
Right.
artificial intelligence networks create cells that interpret the data at the human level, human psychic interactor level.
And they can be faked out, right?
Correct.
The artificial intelligence.
Oh,
It doesn't necessarily recognize irony or humor.
It runs programs to put you into fake realities,
Okay.
which leads to the question you were asking: how do we know we're not going into a false reality?
Right. During this ascension process, how can we know?
You go to the North Pole and you communicate with the entity of Earth,
Okay.
and you align your citizenship as a galactic citizen of Earth.
So that's where Santa Claus is. There is a Santa Claus.
The Santa Claus.
So, and we align ourselves with the sentience of Earth, which some people like to call Gaia Sophia.
Correct.
So,
It'll have a very motherly and fatherly feeling at the same time, and you'll meet it in your dream times. Everyone will,
okay.
and you'll have vision from it. Now, there'll be many in the religious scenarios that will have a tough time adjusting to that, but that's their healing. And then there'll be others that don't want to connect to the sentience of Earth because there was another planetary sentience that is before Earth. Those are refugee souls.
Ah,
The refugee souls that are here that aren't going to accept spiritual adoption, they'll have opportunities to finish what it is that they need and then go through a local stargate on the surface, so their consciousness leaves and goes direct to the consciousness of the planet they're going to. And that's the two planets form a chord of equity and allow the two spirit families to interact so that the one can get out of this reality and go to the other without having to finish their contracts.
oh. Now, are there going to be those who simply want no part of any light or ascension process
There
at all?
will be those, because you know what? The light trapped them here too. The light didn't make it easier.
Right,
Okay, they made
right.
many mistakes. They became zealots.
Right.
And then there were ones that didn't become zealots and were trying to keep the balance.
Right. So what happens to those people? Just to continue.
They will get new lessons, because
Okay.
once we grow, all those beings that came to help us here grow too. And there'll be parts of those societies that are growing that will leave behind other parts of itself.
Okay. So some of the cards that will be put on the table at some point will be the
Royal flush.
yeah, right.
Somebody will have the royal flush.
Right, and that will expose the royals, the Vatican, the mafia, the government,
King, the queen, the jack,
the black government,
That's right.
all of it, right?
and the ace.
And so, but we'll get to see these hands as they're revealed. And will that, I guess in a sense, that is kind of a sequential process.
Very sequential.
Because one literally has to be placed down.
In an information age.
Right, yeah. And so in a sense that's a linear.
It's only linear for those that want to watch it linear.
Okay, that makes sense.
But there are others that just want to know what the results are. 'Cause
Right.
They're not going to
Just
be
give me
here
the
long.
final score.
So that's it. Give me the
Just
stats.
put
and the
one.
thought. Exactly.
I'm out of here. Okay.
Who's
good.
going back to be recycled and who's not?
Okay. And then how many players are there at this point that are holding cards? Would you guesstimate? Could have a major stake in this outcome.
Do you want me to separate it into individual avatars or all their pieces, parts interfunctioning?
Do both.
If it's all of their piece or parts interfunctioning, about 65 million.
Okay.
If it's just down to the avatars, about 17 million.
Okay. So those are the ones that
That
are
would be removed.
okay. Good. And then they're removed to a court of
Spiritual court of equity
spiritual-
overseen by the Earth with the other galactics, the universes and galaxies in council as the equity court.
Okay. So there is quote unquote justice at some point.
Justice being the human limiting word because justice is blind. And
Right.
There's linguistics
Right.
behind it, but there will be equity.
Equity, right.
Yeah, there'll
and
be
so
equity.
all of the deeds of the errant kids
Will be read from the Akashic record.
and there will and all sentient life will be able to
Learn from that record.
and then to make a decision as to what happens to those
Beings.
Mm-hmm. And I think you pointed out earlier that one option is the second death, which is
Going back.
returning
Central
to
sun.
right, and that just is a process of losing your memory. So they'll get it. They could technically get a dose of what they've been dishing out
In another domination and control world. Correct.
so they will come out in under domination and control.
They will be a part of the system.
Huh.
Made into management. And then they will be given the choice to undo the management and
Huh.
give the world its freedom.
So
They will go right back into what they were doing
okay.
with the
Alright.
choice to end it somewhere else.
Oh. So that's kind of a.
So they would heal their karma and that species.
Can they renege on that? Would that be one trick that could be pulled at that?
They wouldn't renege.
No.
No,
Okay.
because even if they renege, they got taken out once. What would stop them being taken out again?
Well, right. What would be the point of delaying the inevitable?
Exactly.
Yeah, and yeah.
Once they got you, they got you. And if they're giving you a choice in the free-willed universe,
Right.
make it.
Right.
Make it or don't.
Right.
Ego's going to determine if they don't.
And then so those that don't are just basically undone, recycled. Okay, good. I got that. And
We'll have to forgive a lot of them.
a lot will continue on, and because they're part of our soul family.
Right.
And a lot will make the choice to
Right.
heal and correct the mistakes that were.
Right. Just because Uncle Mary or Uncle Bob was a bad brother doesn't mean that Cousin Joe is.
Right. And that brings up a couple of things that we have to be very careful about judging others, but we also have to allow our anger and our judgment to occur.
Correct.
Because we have to be able to discern what is a corrupt influence that's no longer useful to a healthy society.
Once the etheric satellites are taken out, we will really look back and realize how much psychic influence they had over our world. I told you about the predictive modeling. The etheric satellites give a whole new layer to the predictive modeling.
How do they work? And who put them there?
The control rooms operate etheric satellites.
Okay.
And that's the way that the control rooms observes all the DNA level changes of the society, of every being that's there, and all that's put into data, and that data can be searched for in different terms. If they're looking how a species is consciously advancing or learning about its body, they can individually locate in different areas of a county or look at the entire world as a single
Right.
graph.
Right.
And when they see the entire world as a single graph, little things that they do can change the way the graph turns out. So with the use of these etheric satellites and with the use of the other instruments of the government arms.
So the government is complicit in putting those things there.
It is just part of the machine,
Right.
and it's complicit with the concept of the machine at the highest levels.
Okay.
Though many in the Congress and the Senate don't know, but they've been mind controlled to not care.
Right. Right. Right.
Okay?
Right. Yeah, that's pretty obvious.
Because they don't.
Right. They don't care, obviously.
And the
Yeah.
ones that do privately clear, this is your chance to make a difference. Put up or shut up. If not, get off our world.
So they're really being given an ultimatum too, because it's not business as usual.
Correct.
It's a time when conscience is really going to have to be allowed to manifest, and those
And
who
open as a blossom in the sun.
yes, yes, and those who want to bloom and blossom will, and the others will
Go back to seed.
yeah. Well, that's kind of like that parable, you
Mhm.
know, the seeds being scattered and all that. Speaking of parables and things that came from ancient texts and Bibles, according to Barbara Marciniak's channeled Pleiadian material and others, the religions were all seated here holographically and inserted like a hologram.
Correct.
Okay.
In ink.
Right. So the ancient texts, the Vedas, and the Bible,
They were all written by multidimensional beings who were leapfrogging through time, who had the predictive models that I just described.
right.
So when they wrote texts that were hyperdimensional, multidimensional, and holographic, the way it was inserted into this time stream is fudging the numbers at those points to get the numbers that you want at the end. So all of those books were meant to influence the people of this generation, and then this generation would interpret it this way, and they predicted that.
Right.
And this generation would make it this way for 7 generations.
Right.
And then this one would change it, and they've had predictions of all of that, and we're able to keep the original source. That's why the Torah says it can only be translated this way.
Okay.
In Chinese, they can only be translated this way.
Okay. Are there original source documents that have not been tampered with?
Yes.
And where do those exist?
All over the secret societies.
Ah.
Because those are the texts that they use to make the controllers, the higher end ones.
And are the controllers involved with the control rooms?
Yes.
And there are how many control rooms? 20?
40.
40.
But 21 of them have been found, 19 have not been found.
Now, do we know if those 19 are?
We talked about in the episode about Lemuria, Hollow
Right.
Earth. The Hollow Earth has access to the other 19.
And
Those are their primary defensive systems and offensive systems of Earth, and they made sure that those would never be gotten into the weapon systems.
wonderful, wonderful. And
Weapons
so,
drive control.
oh, good, good. They're not like there are not enough weapons, etheric satellites and so on and so forth. What kind of technology took out the Twin Towers?
It's a really good question. The Twin Towers happen because of many reasons. I don't really talk about this much, but I will because it's the right time to do it. The Twin Towers was 27 layers of time travel wars, all coinciding at the exact moment the first airplane was figured out that it was a terrorist. And then at that time you had 6 local realities all intersecting on timeline manifestation. 5,200 races trying to counter it, and 15 multidimensional beings with 200 million parts of themselves in psychic influencing, all ascending at that exact point to try to create it while you had millions trying to stop it.
Okay.
And it happened for 2 reasons. One, it broke several dozen timelines down to being camouflage, because they showed their hand by making this destruction. And those several dozen timelines allowed them to shut down hundreds and thousands of others to reduce the big giant spider web weave of timelines that were fake timelines down to a predictable model. So they showed their hand by creating fear for 10 years of energy.
Okay.
Which gave them a greater the counterforces a greater predictive ability for what was happening next. Was 9/11 foreseen? It was, and it wasn't.
Right.
There were people that knew it was coming, and there were others that agreed it was coming, but didn't really understand what it was going to be.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So, as I understand it, from my own information, it was a multidimensional event that that occurred. For instance, there may have been pyrotechnics involved, and there may have been some kind of...
Actually, everything happened.
And
all
right.
of the Twin Towers basically existed on all of the timelines and got attacked on all the timelines at the exact same time and defended on all the timelines at the exact same time. And then when timelines began fading and fading and fading, and we get back to the center graduation timeline, which is the one that affects all the other ones, is what the sum result of what we have is a hole in the ground.
Or collapse, or
whatever the
merged
collapse,
timelines.
it was giving away how fake it is.
Right. Now, what was underneath? I saw that there was a duplicate of the Twin Towers underneath, and there was some kind of galactic civilization that's more advanced that actually planned it all out outside of time, as in a kind of artistic way. I saw an actual television program that was I saw on television, and it was a woman from some kind of advanced civilization, and she was in a museum, and she was explaining how the Twin Towers were created, and it was used to, as the breakup of duality was one of the messages. It was a wake-up call for humanity, and they crafted it. And in this museum were white paper mache people turning in fear. They were all white, life size, and they panned through, and there was an Asian man who had helped with some of the graphics, and then the people who incarnated for that experience were kept unaware until they were pulled out at the moment that the...
You're figuring it out. See, that's the dream time of the post-event, allowing those people who weren't ready to leave to go back to that time and fix it.
Okay,
so they can graduate in the future.
Ah. Okay. And so it's kind of paradoxical.
It is a paradox, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It was a design paradox.
But it was done with love.
Well, the thing is, the system has to respond to paradox.
Right.
They created the concept of a worldwide on-camera fear event.
Right.
And everyone said, okay, you're going to put on a worldwide fear event that's a paradox. Let's really up the ante and put 10 million people all time traveling to try to stop it.
Wow. All right. Cool.
Okay.
Cool. And see what would happen.
Let's roll the dice.
And what was the net effect of that?
10 years of fear.
Right.
And a truther movement.
And a truther movement.
That never existed before.
Yes. Yes.
Worldwide.
Which is growing.
In an internet age.
Which is growing. And of course, for the controllers, it was a further win, pulling the gold out and manipulate, to whatever it is.
I call it, instead of the short buggy whip, they got the long buggy whip.
Okay.
But they're still in a buggy.
Okay. Well, we're about at the end of this segment, which flew by again like that little, bug that was flying around. So we will return with part 10, and stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back. This is part 6 of our galactic history with Lance White and Andrew Bartzis.
Okay.
And there's something that you touched on in the last episode that I thought was really important to get some clarity on. You were talking about fear and how the dark t-shirts are basically throwing out the all they can at this point because they know that this is the time when they need to disrupt things. So June 21st apparently is a significant date.
Correct.
And why is that?
We've gone from galactic spring to galactic summer in unity with planetary summer. At that point in time is where we as a species naturally shed our old spiritual armor and create new. Think of a soft shell crab. It's shed its old and we're in the soft stage. The 21st represents the day you shed your old energetic skin. And to the 14th of July is where you have the opportunity to create new ones. If you are in fear, you will never create that process and you will just create the same spiritual armoring boundaries that you had before. We do this, it's just a natural process of being here. And then in December, we get an opportunity to create another one. So if for those that are truly doing the hard work being self-nurturing, self-love, self-healing, so you can heal others, that puts you in the path of being a fully aware light entity that respects the sovereign free will of yourself and others. The 21st is when they're going to turn on the fear again. In every level of media, in every level of society, there's going to be little games to get this group into fear, to get this group into fear. Information that they've been holding back, or stuff that maybe they only showed a little bit in 2012, but that's the teaser information. 2013 is about mining everything they created in 2012 to create fear. We're manifesting creating species, so our fear means we will create our own destruction. Like literally. We're at this point where there's not enough people in fear now to create destruction, but there's enough people still in fear to keep us from awakening.
Right. So much of this will be on the internet? All the media?
It'll start with the 21st from the 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Wherever you are, local time, there's going to be a mass release of psychic parasites through the internet. And that'll cause people to go into polarity. It'll people angry. People go into their addictions. And they'll begin to spread these parasites. And this parasite is an actual industry of people that use the internet to gather these parasites. These parasites naturally exist on Earth. Just like bugs or flies that eat the carrion, these parasites clean the spiritual energies that needs to be reprocessed. There are other parasites that are brought from other worlds that have been crossbred with ours and have been given specific attack functions so they can go after high energy beings, even though a low energy being is the broadcast energy for this parasite to get into you. There's different types. There's one that bore in like a screw, others that come up through the feet, and the goal is to get into the liver system. We have energy meridians all over body. They might just come in through one toe and stick in there, and then just slowly burrow up. And if you're unaware that they exist, it'll just be leg crampings or something simple until finally they get into your energetic system, and they make you eat more carbs, put on weight, cause depression, or cause you to separate in your marriage. They really create havoc. The internet trolls that we've all experienced, they'll be in full force. They're actually people that are hired to attack people. Those people are being paid $85 an hour to do it. There's been all sorts of soft disclosure about these organizations that are hiring people to create fake internet sites, to put out fake information, and alternately to attack anybody that's bringing out a layer of truth they don't like.
Absolutely. And that's been going on for quite a long time.
Quite a long time.
And through all the various governmental agencies and so on, they all have their versions of it.
Correct.
One of the people that I interviewed recently was Eve Lorgan, and she talks a lot about these parasites and how to deal with them on her website. So this is just something that has come into my awareness recently. And the various kinds of which you're talking about, and probably many more that we...
There's thousands.
Right.
Thousands.
Well, we know they're parasites within our bodies, so, and then...
Natural, there's only energy parasites.
Yeah.
For getting rid of them, for everyone out there, salt is the great neutralizer. Salt. Pink Himalayan salt, standard kosher salt, not iodized salt. You need bigger size crystals. The kosher salt's bigger crystals. Sea salt's great. Colored salt. Put a Ziploc bag with a half a cup of salt, put it on the back of your neck, lay down on a pillow, and just let your energy meridians that are in the back of your neck flow through that salt. The salt will begin to create neutralizing energy that will repel the parasites. It's just like putting salt on a slug, they dissolve. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
For those people that are having trouble in dream times or having night terrors, put a bag of salt on your head, back of your neck and your tailbone. Use some little medical tape. It melds to your skin just like an ice pack. And you will not only take away the parasites, but allow yourself to have a natural regenerative sleep. So you can once again have the energy and the space to store your dreams.
Very good suggestions, and I think you also mentioned putting one on your router and
On your router,
digital
turn your cell phone off at night,
right.
turn your router off at night.
So there's no transmission.
No transmission. These parasites function through the transmission factors of all our different devices.
So if you shut everything down for the most part and minimize your
You can still function with them when you're asleep. Turn them off.
Right.
You know, for those people out there that can't don't sleep with your cell phone next to your bed. It interacts with your dream time.
Right.
They lure you into the sacred dream time local cities, so you never dream in a global dream time.
Right.
You're in the fake world. George talks about how much they've hijacked us. It goes even deeper than what he says. He could only point out what he's experienced, and I can only point out what I experience. But when people like us come together through talks like this, or we get the more and more and more of the picture. Mm-hmm. Without people like them stepping forward with the brass set to out there, we wouldn't be in a scenario where we all can talk like this.
Right. The door's been open wide.
That's right.
Yeah.
Somebody kicked it open and there's the lock's broken on
it. And that also empowers other people to stand up in their own power and speak, their own truth. To even see it and experience it, which is going to be something new for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. And just to clear something up, there's so many perspectives to look at this from. My perspective is the sacred neutral. This is information to me. There's no polarity in it. I don't have dogmas or political concepts or things that I'm promoting other than our full, transparent history with no secrets.
Mm-hmm. That's about time.
About time.
It's about time. So, what are the period of time that this is going to be most likely to occur is all the way through July?
From the 21st of June to the 14th July is your rearmoring phase.
Okay.
This is where people should turn off their cell phones, turn off their TV, begin to meditate, do whatever it takes for you to do to empower yourself.
Okay. Now, one of the other things that we were talking about in the last session was about Agartha and the fall of Atlantis, the third fall of Atlantis. Mm-hmm. Did you want to add anything more to that?
Where we left off there, I know we go back and forth a little bit, but to get this story, there's so much you have to understand about now, because if I just explain then, it doesn't interlink to now. And we understand everything in between there. There are people that are leapfrogging through time, making sure that there's a monetary system and a system of domination and control that's in unity conscious with disunity consciousness of creation. So the Hollow Earth and the Agartha network is to make sure that there's unity consciousness spreading amongst our people, that in Dreamtime that they can communicate with people, be Dreamtime protectors. Also, we have to understand this Agartha network also is off-world species. Off-world species are our soul family. Mm-hmm. Plain and simple, they are our soul family. Some are good, some are bad, some are neutral, some are really funny species. Some are all musicians. We have to come to the understanding that we are the reflection of them, they are the reflection of us. We're all soul family. The Agartha network is the ambassadorial spot where these species can come in unity consciousness so that we can all see these reflections of ourselves, where we can hold galactic councils in a peaceful state and resolve issues, resolve karma, many of us are going to be asked to be emissaries or ambassadors, but take out the human definition of emissary and ambassador.
Mm.
Take out that matrix and understand those people that go forth are the first layer of the graduating student that say, this is what I've learned, this is my life story. And everyone that comes out saying, this is my life story, this is what I learned in this galactic ascension machine.
Mm.
And the Hollow Earth will be the ones that hold that information for all 7 future generations that will come in after the system of domination and control is done. They're the ones that are going to have to oversee the backlog of immigrants that couldn't get in, or all those people that are stuck in the astral world that are told, no, you can't get in.
Wow. So, for some of us, the period of time that leads up to the event will be fairly quick.
Correct.
But
awake people will experience it much faster than the sleeps.
And so, what you're talking about now, the backlog and the rest of it, would that be
After event. After the second part, there's 4 phases of the event. It'll be after the
Okay.
second part of the event.
Okay, so can you go over those 4 phases again?
First phase is shared dream times.
Right.
Second phase is the adults in us begin to experience deja vu on a mass scale, as well as dreams. Third phase is where we begin separating realities, where the lower density people will dream themselves into a local reality, and the higher density people will dream themselves in a higher denser reality, so that they can begin to be more in touch with their manifesting co-creating powers. This will be done through dream time. You may have a friend that disappears for a week and then comes back a whole different person.
Mm.
On a mass scale, sort of. But it only takes a few to change the world. And at the same time, it takes many to enforce the change to make it complete.
Right.
We can have change, but we won't have complete change until everyone experiences it.
So it pretty much is all for all of us working together.
All of us working together, and it coming to removing of soul contracts with the system of domination and control. That's really what the third and fourth phase are, is where we're claiming our sovereign free will on a level where we're out marching in the same scale and size of the 1960s and 70s.
Yeah, it seems like there's been such a large complacency, and that we've been just so dumbed down with artificial intelligence and technological controls.
Mm-hmm.
We've just been unable to even turn around without, to make a move. So there's bound to be a lot of changes that occur from now on, really.
Yes. In my current interfunction with the Akashic record, I've already seen the end, and there's a part of me already there. I couldn't do this without that. And honestly, it was a little disturbing at first, but it was also the spark of hope that I needed to complete this task, knowing that everyone that's followed the Galactic Historian before me didn't survive, because when you stop secrets, people get angry.
So how does it end?
It's a Three Stooges show. Okay? I can't violate the sovereign free will of individuals, let alone a whole species.
But it will be obvious to...
Blatantly obvious. It's like the scene where the dress flies up and you see the underpants.
Yeah, great.
Or she's going European.
Well, it'll be a lot of fun for some people who've been, sitting in the theater, waiting for the show to begin.
That's right. Well, again, we don't need cheerleaders. We don't need people sitting watching the theater. We need people out there motivating people to claim their sovereign free will.
Right, and taking the steps and taking the actions and clearing yourself and healing.
Another thing about the Hollow Earth system, they're the ones that are going to, because they're soul family and will instantly recognize them when they're allowed to be on the surface world, on the graduating timeline, they're the ones that are going to take over our court system. Our court system is absolutely corrupt from the top down. It's meant to cannibalize its own people and put them into corporate slavery or physical slavery.
Yeah.
The court system will be something that immediately has to be addressed, because there's, 22 million people in our jail system here. Worldwide, I think, was it a 6 or 9% of our population of the whole world's in a jail system?
At least.
And then you have the sex slave industry. which is a giant industry, and it's an
Huge.
industry, and there
Yeah.
are slaves.
Yeah.
They will have to be taken care of by the new court system, and these will be called spiritual courts of equity, where your ancestors manifest in a full presence and allow what's been done to you to be read into fullness of the Akashic record, so you can fully get the healing that's needed by getting your sovereign free will. The sex slave industry has been created exactly to take the power away from the sacred feminine, and that has to be addressed immediately. The event, it's the event. The event really is about healing too. You know, our women and our men are doing things that are opposite of their nature because they've been lured that way, and they don't have the real information of what they're supposed to do, what they're supposed to be. You know, those women that are out there, they're having difficulty with their menstrual cycles. You can use meditation to connect to that energy and get deeper into an understanding of it. Those men that are highly sexually charged, it's time for you to understand that you can do your own vision quests. You just have to have the gratitude and understanding of what it takes to go through with it.
Now, it seems that concurrent with those things, there will also have to be a complete revamp of the, quote, financial system.
The banking industry is the chief violator of our free will. The chief violator. Only this world are you charged to live in it. Okay? And that I believe Alex Collier was the one that coined that phrase. You got to give him his credit for that, because it's a great saying. But on top of that, they tax you every lifetime, so you're never at full power. Okay? The banking industry is controlled by family crests, by manor rolls, by laws that are physically written to affect you on a spiritual level. Okay? The banking industry, the exchange for value system will have to be rediscovered the way the rest of the worlds in the universe work. The planetary sentience, Earth Mother, is the overseer of all exchange for values. Every single thing. And the Earth sentience will be a part of physical technology that guarantees a transaction is transparent and there's no foul play behind it. The scam artists are done. The telemarketers done. Yeah?
Good. It'll be a relief to see all that advertising that's popping up everywhere. I mean, it's getting so invasive that it just practically pops off the screen.
On purpose.
Yeah.
On purpose.
Yeah, it seems like it can't get any worse, and then they come up with a new technique for harvesting, trying to harvest our money and our energy.
The banking system that we have today, when Atlantis was going through its final fall, they had a kind of a hybrid system of exchange for value. They traded technology for spiritual information. World War II and World War I and the Cold War was about creating the technology and then selling it to your friends for an even higher price to put them all into debt. The same thing was applied to the Atlantean levels. They traded their technology or their spiritual technology for resources or for technology, maybe it's spiritual technology. They knew they were losing. They knew that they had to plan way ahead of time. And then they needed people to be a part of the resistance of free earth, which is all of us, and to be a cell of one. So you weren't a pod, you were a cell of one. So all of us individuals are a cell of one of the resistance of free earth. Everyone here at this time, all those people that haven't gotten to graduate, we're all resistance free earth. Every single one of us.
So how can we take an active role in that?
There are so many books out there that begin the process. I can't even begin to name them all. I don't think it's appropriate to identify a single one in this, but they're out there.
Right.
Let your heart do that determination.
Right.
There's so many positive teachers out there now where they were never allowed to speak before. Go to a bookstore. Allow your heart to help make you the choice.
Right.
Okay?
Right. Gravitate towards the
Gravitate.
one or let one fall off the shelf.
Pick up some crystals. Go do an energy healing class. do something that gives you information that you can use as a hobby that you do for fun and for free. When we don't come from a for fun and for free stage, it's a task, and we don't pull our full consciousness into it.
Right, right. Now you were talking too about some of the, we skipped around with the Time Wars. How extensive are they today, and what's going on with all these conflicts around the world? Is this just the ramping up of...
The conflicts around the world, all of the conflicts in the Arab world are about preventing 7 womb chakras from opening up. They have violence and war on them for an extended period of time, with the major exchange for value systems depositing taxed soul energy into those sacred geometry buildings and ancient technologies that have been there since the Atlantean fortification days. So those womb chakras are the ones that are going to open first. They've always known that. Therefore, those are the places that have to have war on the surface to prevent the Earth's unity consciousness reaching out through all of the chakras. So it's like putting a cork in it.
Are there also battles for stargates going on?
Absolutely. There's a massive attempt to smuggle DNA off this world, as well as living humans off this world. So any opportunity they find random rifts, or they find specialized rifts left over from technology that no one's known about for 52 million years, they will use it to their advantage, because they get repaid every time they can get the proper DNA off.
Wow.
You know, as for Time Wars, we're on a unified timeline since June 2011. But we here right now live all of our past, present, and future lives simultaneously. So when you begin to understand that layer, combined with the Time Wars layer, we can end all the Time Wars in unity consciousness, global dream time, where we can heal ourselves as a global society. The off-world wars are a little different. In 2006, we could have been done with this. The Syrian Grey and Orion wars, when they finally ended, the forces were so depleted, they didn't have the physical oomph to come here and kick them out.
Wow.
And tear the power out of their cold dead hands. But at the same time, they discovered a massive layer of corruption within their own late societies.
Wow.
And this corruption was using the DNA smuggling trade to save other races. There are many races out there that are on the verge of death. And on the verge of death because they use cloning technology for 80,000 years. They don't have sex organs. They don't know how to have children. They just do everything test tube and expect the soul family to come in. So many of their soul family are stuck here that they're not inviting because their soul family rules are so specific. So these societies are desperate. They're down to a few thousand of their species left. So they will use this underground smuggling network, which is the multidimensional beings, to get humans kidnapped off this world so they can harvest the DNA from them and the soul codes from them so they can save their species. Do I blame them? No. Do I blame them? They're trying to save their species. But at the same time, it's so one person can cause a pan-galactic viral outbreak. It's happened many times. But when you reach the desperation of the last of the species, you know, I can't blame them. I really can't. But we have to even stop that. When it was discovered how deep the corruption went, there was a Syrian Grey that I did a healing for in a galactic psychic surgery chamber. I'll just simply call it that. I was asked to come in. It was one of the first communications I had as an adult in the Galactic Historian concept. Out of nowhere, they said, I need your help. You are the only one that has the complete soul codes to this person. And he turned state's evidence against many, 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 many of the light beings. I mean, straight up turned state's evidence, and he needed what I had in me, so because he was poisoned with a very special genetic poison that would not only eliminate him but all of his future offspring from ever immigrating from other universes. He was also heavily invested into the Time War, so if he passes on in between a Time War, everything that he's done before is unraveled. So everyone's interlinked. So when you take a piece out, everything falls apart. And I came into this healing chamber, did the healing on him, and he went off to do the rest of his testimony, which is why in 2006 we didn't get our event.
Oh, wow.
Well, you had to fix out there, because if we would have been freed and there would have been corruption out there, they would have won. It's insidious how deep this goes.
Wow.
Absolutely insidious.
What else can you tell us about the depth of it?
The Syrian Grey Wars or the Orion Wars? Which one do you massive ship battles?
Well, maybe what we'll do is when we come back from our break,
Okay.
we can pick up with one or both.
Okay.
The Orion Wars and the Syrian Wars. And I also had a question about the Grey breeding programs. You did mention the Greys, and they have quite an extensive breeding programs with humans still going on.
Yes.
In fact, many of them are walking
amongst us.
Amongst us, right. So I wanted to find out about that too. So
Okay.
So stay tuned. We shall return. Welcome back to part 4 of Lance White and Andrew Bartzis. We're rediscovering our galactic history, and I do believe we left off with the audit that Prime Creator had established, and that was in
March 2013, the 20th to 22nd.
Okay, and so we can pick up from that.
So they tried to use CERN to fudge the numbers. Beings got ejected from the game. Think of it in soccer, you're getting a red card. They broke the most fundamental of rules, even though rules are broken here all the time. The most fundamental ones they broke.
Yeah.
They got ejected from the Galactic Ascension machine and do not get to be a part of the graduating timeline. This is both light and dark beings got ejected because they were both doing nefarious things to alter Prime Creator's will, because they had been experiencing the polarity of light and dark with no neutrality for so long that they had lost their own way.
Right.
So the light beings are ejected, the dark beings are ejected. At this point, Prime Creator used what's known as the walk-in rule. So those that got ejected, new souls were put into their bodies and took over all of their existing contracts and timeline functions that they did. So that's the first replacement of management system.
Wow.
The second layer of replacement management system is, after the timeout is over, new beings that are part of this contractual system of domination and control are going to be replaced with neutral beings who have no political objectives, no dogmas, no spiritual concept, that simply see the information, and the resolve is putting us as a species in a complete soul code.
Oh, great.
The Galactic Ascension machine has always been about taking the 2,300 species that have been warring over this planet and creating drama and make them into a single species, and when that's done, they go back out to those races and bring the DNA wisdom that they've all been trying to hoard for themselves.
Right. That makes sense.
It resolves it. That's why they put all these planets here.
Yeah. Now, how many planets are here? And
66.
66. And why is it that we're told there are 12?
Because that's what the books are creating the reality for.
So,
as I said, there have been there's star watching societies out here. I mean, you look at some of the old Sumerian texts. They knew about Venus. They knew about Mars. They knew about them all.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't even know what colors they were, what water was on them, or not. They did that because they could remote experience those planets as star watching societies.
Interesting. Now, what about this, the scientific group that's trying to create an event horizon where artificial intelligence overtakes human intelligence? That sounds like another faction of these warring interests.
It's a reemergence of what took Atlantis and Lemuria down. It's always been the technology that was passed from one generation to the next that created the failures of the society. The society isn't balanced between light, dark, and neutral.
Right.
There's an overwhelming amount of lower vibration people in domination and control that are using the technology given to them, that have enough free will to realize that they can become very powerful with the simplest of technologies, like time travel technology. I've been talking a lot about these time wars to understand that everything for the last 52 million years has literally been about 2011 to 2014. Absolutely everything.
Wow.
Okay, the air cities jumping through, it's always been about the point where, think of a record. You start on the outside and you go groove to groove to groove, and that's going around the galactic central sun. And when we get to the final part, the needle gets lifted up, the arm gets put back, and we start all over again. Okay?
Yeah.
The timeline wars. In the early 1900s, when Industrial Revolution really hit, is when the time travel factions began to co-opt the governments on the largest scale. You have a military budget, and that military budget has multiple projects underneath it. Those projects have black projects, deep black projects, so on and so forth. Time travel entities knew that this would happen,
Right.
so they inserted organizations into the fundamental findings of these military organizations so that they could have budget to create black technology, even though the Congress and the Senate never knew that this technology was already working. So
Right.
every decade they'd have somebody else that came from the future back into the old timeline, in the early 1900, 1920, 20, 30, 40, to make sure that the money was appropriated and the technology was available to send people forward and backwards in time on that graduating timeline, while still creating tens of thousands fake timelines to cover up what they were doing to get the money to do it now.
Wow. Wow. So how many have the timelines been collapsed at this point?
All the timelines are on, since June 2011, we're on a single timeline. Though we as a manifesting co-creating spirits can create new timelines. Think of it if you have an arm cut off. Okay?
Okay.
We still feel that arm, called ghost limb syndrome.
Yeah.
If you were born into a world that had 300,000 timelines, even though you were never aware of it,
Right.
and it's all of a sudden gone, it's still a part of you.
Yeah.
And you can dream it back.
Ugh.
So that's what these vessels in the sylphs, the cloud ships, they're here to stop us from creating these ghost timelines again.
Okay. Okay, that sounds interesting. So now, all these black budgets are still going on.
Correct. And there's a massive black side to money. And
Oh,
what
right.
we're going through right now, all the
Right.
stock market drops, they have to take money out of the black side and give it to the 3D matrix side and not disclose where it came from.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Right.
I've described this many times. This event will be like a Three Stooges show. It'll be the
Okay.
dress will go up and the underpants will be shown over and over again. It'll be slapstick how they're trying to cover it up.
Wow.
Okay?
So this is all coming. I
Yeah.
mean, we have yet to,
We haven't yet to even experience the really humorous parts.
Right. It's all been pretty
Okay.
drudgy at this point, and pretty dense. But the funny part seems like they are just around the corner.
Yeah, and it'll be in waves,
Okay.
and then consciousness will relax. It's just like
Right.
waves of laughter that's come over and over again, and it'll come through unity consciousness.
Well, now, what happened with so the Pope just resigned, and there are all these prophecies about this Pope that's presently in office being the last one, that somehow they're just going to give up the ship. Is there any truth to the fall of the Vatican and the religions and the banking system? What's going on with that?
They have to be affected. The exchange for value monetary systems when we had gold backing our system, the energy of consciousness for exchange for value was represented in the gold. So the gold held the consciousness of the exchange for value. When gold was removed and went to a fiat money system, the consciousness reverted to numbers on paper, then numbers in a digital system, then numbers in a server, then numbers into a mass exchange server, which just completed the hijacking of the exchange for value system till all of your energy is held on the servers that create fiat money out of nowhere.
Right.
And that's how they tax you of your energy completely, because they're in sole contract to them through the banking systems.
Right.
Now, I've created a banking revocation, contract revocation, a government revocation, and a media. When it comes to banking, they are based off of family crests that have been hijacked over the thousands of years. And those people have been in domination and control for so long, they've lost their free will. All they can do is follow orders. They're minions.
Wow.
Just minions.
Okay.
Now, when you're working at someone at the Rothschild level, the Queen level, they have free will to stay in domination and control. They don't have free will to break the contracts because they literally are the holders of those contracts representations here on Earth. So walk-ins would have to go in them and take over those contracts. Who are you going to get to do that? It has to be the best of the best of the best of the best.
Yeah.
The galactic shock troops that are risking their own life to come in and do that.
So that's part of the plan that's coming up is the walk-ins.
The walk-ins to take over the management system that's holding the contracts.
Which is the Royals and the Rothschilds and the
Popes
Rockefellers
and the
Popes, right?
the Cardinals.
And
Now
then the
for
Black Pope.
Okay,
And,
as for the direct question on the current Pope, I don't believe he's anybody but who he was in Brazil. I believe that he, as a person, and from reading his Akashic record, is being given a free will choice to choose light or dark or gray. And he has a window of opportunity between now and the end of the year to make that choice and put real effects to change the concept of the church one step at a time. The church needs a reformation. Churches go through reformations all the time, and it's not the end of the church. The church in some way, shape, or form will survive because it has faithful people and good people in it.
right.
Okay?
That's right.
And then there are the ones that are just there for tradition. And the ones that are for their tradition are transitory spirits anyway, not really in spirituality, but in the tradition. And as the church goes through its reformation, you'll take care of the pedophilia, you'll take care of the banking issues, you'll take care of the corruption within inside of it, the nepotism. Every government has it. And a religion at that level is a government. It isn't a religion.
Oh, absolutely.
The power will be returned to local parishes. And the local parish priests will once again serve their community in faith, not in service to a government organization that says it's this way or you're excommunicated.
Right, right. Now, what happens to all the secrets that the Vatican has kept for these?
That's the big thing.
I mean, there's a lot of...
There's whole libraries that were created propaganda-wise. So if they were ever forced to reveal, they could reveal the fake library, which means that they could come back into existence later, or the fake propaganda. The thing is, will that Pope release the real library? And where is the real library? It's actually out of phase of reality right now. Like much of the alien technology, the good guys, there's 5,283 separate spaces in Unity enforcing a quarantine here.
Okay.
Well, the technology that they've been trading human DNA or human people for is to create out-of-phase realities around defensive systems, around special structures, so that they can't be teleported away by the big ships. Like, a lot of the missile systems that we have have been completely inoperable. A lot of the TR-3B triangle ships have actually been removed. Just they go into the base and they're gone.
Wow.
Okay? A lot of the deep underground bases have been completely emptied out of all negative technologies.
Huh.
But they ultimately knew that would happen. So they
Okay.
created mass amounts of technological systems that keep the vital, you're held hostage because we have ending the world weaponry
Right.
here out of phase. And they can't find them.
Okay.
And the true Vatican library is out of phase. No one knows where it's at, except for the sole contract holding people in the Vatican.
Wow.
But there's other libraries. It's not just the Vatican. You see, that's another
okay.
psyop.
Right, right.
Chinese have one.
Russians.
Japanese have one. The Russians have one. The Australians have one. They all have one.
Okay.
And that's a Akashic record that's stored in crystal, that's in the neutral perspective, written by people of those times that were perceiving the future.
So the truth can be brought out.
Absolutely.
No matter who holds the books and hides them and has them out of sync and out of phase.
Correct.
Because the original Akashic records can't be destroyed.
No.
And
They can never be altered. They can be redacted, which there's a black line over them.
now, how does that occur?
A soul will purposely redact part of its Akashic records, so when the scanning system is looking at you in the birth process, it goes over those black lines because there's just weird data that it doesn't understand. It's an artificial intelligence, and that artificial intelligence makes a report and sends it to someone in the next layer and the next layer, and they have to determine. If they don't know what that really means, it just means something crazy was happening during the Akashic record at that time. So they just go on to the next because there's a lot of billions of people in here.
Right.
So they do it as a camouflage system.
Okay.
Other times it's done to people, so, example, you or somebody else, if a being were to block out part of it, it means it gains sovereign will over you. It's dominated you at one point, that you gave up your free will long enough for it to erase parts of you so that you can be stuck into a reincarnation process.
Right.
And that means when you die, you only spend a few hours in the astral world, get your life review, and then get kicked in the butt and you're back in. No chance to fix your contracts. No chance because that redaction is there.
Right, that makes sense. And so that's that's why so many people are just
Stuck.
Yes, we're absolutely stuck. And the incarnational process is pretty much run by artificial intelligence and...
The archons determine who gets to immigrate and who gets to become babies. That's the most important job that they do.
Okay.
They are the ones that determine if a high vibration soul gets in or not. There are backdoor ways into Earth, and I came in through a broken rules contract.
Okay.
I used their system of broken rules to be here. Beat them at their own game. Many others have figured out the backdoor way in.
Okay.
And this is where the archons in the 80s were really trying to take out the indigo and the crystal children. That's why we have autistic children. That's why we have vaccines that are taking children down. It's because there's a big hole that they're getting, and you got to start plugging it up somehow.
Now, where do the archons reside in terms of
The astral worlds.
In the astral worlds.
They hold a court, and that court determines immigration status. That's essentially all that it does.
Now they're not the natural inheritors of the incarnational process, which is supposed to be organic.
Which is supposed to be the Earth Mother's sentience.
Right. So
With air cities interacting in the North Pole in her dream time.
okay.
But there are no air cities up there anymore.
In the North Pole?
No. There's just Dreamtime realities that's part of Earth. They've limited Earth's consciousness by forcing low vibration souls in here for so long. While it's been going through denser and denser, Earth has little choice but to allow that to happen. It has to have life on it, has to nurture life, even if it's low vibration. So they knew how a planet would grow and ascend and descend. They knew all of this, and they're using that to their best of advantage.
And how long have the archons been affecting in the play? If this goes back 52 million years.
Well, 490,000 years ago is essentially when the Galactic Ascension Machine was set up so that they could resolve the 66 prime lines of drama.
Okay.
They came in about 385,000 years ago.
Okay.
And that's after the neutral guys were kicked out. They needed a system of entities that had the God mind but were still in control.
Oh.
That there was a sentience still control of them, and the God mind inside those archons would never know it. Many of the archons were just high vibrational beings that were captured in other domination and control planets, taken to technological centers, had their bodies removed, their vibration rapidly raised with energy until they're experiencing the unity consciousness of an artificial intelligence that's telling them they're God. Then they're compacted into a little ball of energy and shot across space, smack into our astral realm, and are force incarnated.
Wow.
They then wake up at 2 years of age and say, I'm a god.
Wow.
And then they go out and become a god, and when they finally lose their physical body, they're brought into the astral world and they say, I'm a god. And then the system of domination and control puts them into the court system that allows them to stamp your immigration.
Wow.
And that's where they insert fine print into your contracts. To get into Earth, there's a line of people waiting, quite
Okay.
literally a line.
Okay.
And there's a council of 52 archons over there that read your spiritual contracts and get to put fine print in there because they're looking at who you're looking for, your mother, your father, your daughters, who's your first grade teacher, who's your first love, who's your first divorce, who's your 11th divorce, so on.
Right.
And they're putting fine print in there to give you negative habit patterns so you never get into your mind and claim your sovereignty.
Right. So they're giving you patterns like addictions and the whole
Bad relationships, so on, the whole gamut.
dysfunctional parents, pedophilia, blah blah blah.
Yep.
Okay. Are they? What's their level of sentience? I mean,
Most of them are in the fifth. I don't like using raw terms because they're not really accurate to our linguistics, not putting the work down. The linguistics that we function with is limited. We just can't explain in terms. But to relate for the other light workers community out there, of the 52 archons that are overseeing the immigration court, the vast majority are in fourth density, fifth density, or seventh dimensional. They're pretty powerful, but they were forced to that level and they can't stay there. So after a while, an archon will literally fade out. It can't be in this reality anymore, and a new one will be brought in to replace it. So they do have a limit, a fuse.
Huh. Interesting. And then they're below the 15, obviously.
Correct.
They've been running the show.
They're being
co-opted and manipulated.
They're being hive mind manipulated by them
Okay.
because they're the ones that gave them the God concept.
Yeah.
But even gods have a conscience.
Huh.
The little whisper in their voice, the whisper in their mind.
Huh. So are they considered? I mean, are there good archons?
No, there are good archons. There are ones that have switched sides.
Okay.
Many of them were taken out and not allowed into the immigration court, but they're the ones that revealed the back doors. They're the ones that said, I can't do this anymore.
Wow.
My homeworld was freed 1,000,000 years ago and I can't get back to it.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So they do. I mean, we have to forgive a lot of them. We really do.
Yeah.
There has to be forgiveness on a pretty grand scale. And then there were those that simply cannot be forgiven.
Like?
The 15 multidimensional beings.
Yes, thank you.
And some of their grand servants and their grand creators that they had underneath them. You know, dealing with those people is not going to be easy. When we come to the point where arresting, is it really going to be arresting in a court system that's considered corrupt? No.
No.
It'll be on a spiritual court. And I call these spiritual courts of equity, where their entire history is read out loud in a neutral perspective for everyone to understand this being has done this. And then everyone that listens said, oh my God, that one guy made sure that there were pedophilia rings for the last 5,000 years.
Right.
He will be taken in the spiritual court of equity and brought to the galactic central sun for recyclement.
Now, is that a place where the second death occurs? In other words, you
spiritual
are
recyclement.
Yeah. Okay. So you can be undone. Somebody that's been playing God for all those millions of years can be unmade and put back into source material.
Correct.
And that is the second death, and that's what they probably
Fear.
Yes, that could happen.
And that fear is what's turning some of these archon beings not fully dark, where they're starting to touch what I call the warrior of twilight status. Where they're good, but still evil. And they're playing both sides.
Yeah.
And their whole purpose of playing both sides is they know the light is deep into polarity and the dark is deep into polarity.
Yeah.
And if they keep playing them, more and more of them will get turned into walk-ins.
Is that something that they want to have?
Yeah, because they want off.
They want out.
They want out.
Right.
They're
probably bored with the whole thing too.
Well, more than just bored, stuck.
Stuck. Yes.
Stuck.
Where everyone is stuck.
Stuck.
Everyone is literally stuck. Yeah.
No graduating classes.
Yeah. Wow. So this should be the largest graduating class of ever.
Correct.
Since it hasn't happened for so long, and there's so much. I mean, it is like the end of the cycles.
Yeah. And then the backlog of spirits waiting to get here and complete soul family before we graduate.
Ah, right.
That's the other part of it.
Oh.
So back to timeline wars.
Okay.
Atlantis and Lemuria. We didn't finish full on Lemuria.
That's right.
Just real quick, Lemuria started jumping timelines. Well, the thing is, the last fall of Lemuria is where Lemuria and Atlantis began fighting each other and never realizing they were the same species. Okay?
Wow.
So when Lemuria fell its last time, they tried bringing their population into the future. And that's where the Lemuria-Atlantis war starts, because they literally took a continent outside of time and put it back down on the planet in another part of the timeline, because they can do that.
Wow.
The continents completely shift around. It's not inches a year.
Yeah.
It's instantaneous. I want it here, and the world reality just adjusts around it.
Right.
Because they're in charge of the grid, the energy grid, and they can just allow that reality creation to happen. Well, Atlantis didn't like all of a sudden a new continent came in out of nowhere. Well, they're stuck in timeline wars.
Right.
And they began to butt heads politically, socially, spiritually, technologically. And those wars were really limited, and they weren't really wars as much as they were chess butting.
Oh,
Okay?
okay. All right.
The Lemurian people that came through rapidly became integrated with the Atlantean society at a point where Atlantis was reaching its political peak. Now remember, spiritual invasion brings corruption, low-density people into this political process, into the science and technological process, so it never fully reaches its peak.
Right.
You have a mass influx of high-energy people that allowed it to get to its peak and changed the breeding patterns. That basically, the dark guys all of a sudden were 500% behind their goal, because you just brought in 52 million people. Or 52 billion people, or 100 billion people, because that's what they could do.
Oh.
But many of them, as soon as they came in, they interbreeded with the Atlanteans and then just left, went to other worlds. Because Earth is a migrate to and migrate from. It was all about saving the most amount of people from the experience of domination and control of the falls. The societies knew they were going to fall. The political structure knew. And were they really keeping it a secret? Sort of. The people knew, but you still had to have hope. You still had to have hope that it could be resolved. And then there were too many people that knew and created unity consciousness drives and teleportation system and time travel devices for the air cities, so the air cities could jump in the future, reseed Earth again with Lemurian high energy people that could counteract the breeding patterns of the negative force incarnations.
Okay. But you said that the air cities don't exist
Now. They're banned from being in the North Pole.
Okay.
Part of when Atlantis began to rise, fall, 3 rise, 3 falls.
Wow.
Well, it's the same pattern as Lemuria.
Right.
Because you went through another dense part of space, light part of space, dense part of space,
Right.
light part of space.
Right.
As Atlantis reached its peak, its consciousness of its world was really about stopping these wars of invasion. You had all you can stands, you can't stand anymore, you're eating their spinach, and they're going to go out and kick butt and take names. And that's what they did on their first rise. Well, what happens when you kick butt and take names 1,000 years later? You get some mad people coming back.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just brought a mass migration of attackers back at them.
Right. Right.
Okay,
Right.
this puts Atlantis in a tough situation. It had a mass investment of people from Lemuria, and then a mass migration to there, because the Lemurian people that were outside of time completed soul codes to other migration groups that had been missing for millions of years. So all of a sudden they're back in this matrix, and a whole big flock of people migrate here. That big flock of people, what we call refugees, worlds that were destroyed by domination and control or used up and said, we don't need this anymore, we're going to go on to the next one. Refugees came here. These refugees were in the worst healing states. They needed healers. The Lemurians interbred with the Atlanteans to create healers. The Arcturians and the Orions and the Pleiadians came here to be healers because they needed billions of healers.
Wow.
They didn't need tens of thousands, they needed billions.
Ooh.
Okay? And this is what brought the galactic commerce of healers being shared among worlds.
Oh.
So that peak of Atlantis. As Atlantis went through its first destruction, this was truly about reality control on the timeline level. The multidimensional beings were able to bring in a planet-killing asteroid out of nowhere before any unity consciousness could defend it, killing off the technology, causing the destructions of the cities, deaths of billions. Well, there's still millions and billions of people migrating here, so they just picked up the broken pieces and rebuilt the society really fast. But that's what these beings wanted. It got them trapped. And they knew there was another migration, another migration, and another migration, all behind those space timelines apart. So they would plan these destructions coinciding with the arrival of the new migrations.
And so that explains the various metaphors and stories about the various falls and the water, the destruction by water, fire, blah, blah, blah.
And that destruction is post-traumatic stress on your soul.
Oh, yes.
PTSD on your soul. So when they start mass propaganding the destruction of Atlantis, the destruction, the flood, Noah's flood, blah, 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 it's to make you back into that soul fear that you had because you were here during a destruction, so that you would create that destruction.
Right, right. Wow. Well, we're going to take a short break again, and when we come back, we will pick up where...
Atlantis.
Atlantis, exactly.
I'll get into some of the capital cities and the creation of the Hollow Earth and the Garthan networks.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful, because I wanted to ask you about that. Okay. All right, stay tuned. So today is Sunday, the 23rd of June, 2013, and it is a super full moon. We're here at Stewart Mineral Springs at the foot of Mount Shasta, and we're still continuing with our journey about the galactic history. That's right. And my name's Lance White, and I'm talking to Andrew Bartzis, the galactic historian.
Nice
Welcome.
To meet you.
Back, forward, and in between.
That's right, one day later.
One day later, but it seems like an eternity could have passed.
But in that eternity, we've seen so many things happen. As I've been calling before for the 21st, that they were going to go ahead and slime the internet with psychic parasites, and we witnessed it here.
Yes.
We witnessed it here.
Yes. Yes.
Our own eyes. One particular person, it came in through her cell phone, and simply made her, we'll just say, very incapable of dealing with her own energies. And then it went from one person to the other, to the other, to the other, until finally somebody was able to recognize what it was and kick it out.
Right, right. And the way that this worked was when it came through the cell phone, she wasn't getting reception, so she had to. The program was
to get reception.
Yeah,
which means she had to walk away from the hotel,
right,
down the road, where she got a hitchhiker.
A hitchhiker
that was waiting,
and that created some enormous problems, and some physical upheavals, and that entity actually shifted into other people, and they could feel it.
Yep.
Physically as kind of a crab-like thing, grabbing onto the stomach, and then each person subsequently got sick, had to go through their own clearing processes of healing, moving it, removing, and then...
And there were an army of healers here waiting.
Yes, yes. So healing, being a healer is a very important aspect of what's coming up, and this points out the importance of understanding how the matrix works and how the dark side is using demonic energies and attacking and a whole host of situations that can come through the technology.
Well, we were talking on an earlier episode. 65% of our population is ready to graduate. Now, this is something we were talking about off camera,
Right.
and you wanted to know numbers. 65% of us are literally just waiting for the cap and gown ceremony.
Yeah.
So the rest of those 65%, that those people are the ones that are one step away from graduation. So all this extra time they're getting now is to finish their graduation, be a part of the total graduating class. Because once you're out, you're instantly replaced with another soul who's been waiting for a very long time. Okay?
Okay.
So there'll be this mass migration out. The new souls will come in, but the people that are out will have their avatars will have left Earth and taken a home avatar somewhere else. But then they'll be able to be fully multidimensional and can have 100 parts of themselves still on Earth doing projects they want to do, so that they would say, I've never left. Because they sent a sovereign part of themselves to do something, complete a mission, teach something to the new generation. And the Atlantis and Lemuria both fell because technology that was passed from one generation to the next generation was abused, because there wasn't the same unity in generations. Where we have to solve that problem now. We are the ones that must make sure our generation and then the 7 future generations understand the technology and don't misuse it. And
Right.
then those 7 generations are responsible for the 7 generations after.
So so our graduation is imminent.
It's as imminent as a no moment of no time.
Okay, and then it seems like it will seem as if we're still here.
You'll be in a dream.
Okay.
And you'll wake up in a dream going, I was just walking. And from there, you'll have to decide what you want to do in the dream. If you're in a fear state, well, it'll be a fear state.
Yeah.
And a fear created in a dream.
Yeah. So you don't want to wait to shift out of this vibration and move into fear.
Correct.
So it's really important to be able to be fully present to all things that are occurring without any fear, with fearlessness. So the drama, anything that creates drama is part of the fear process.
Right. And then there's the side that's the purgative value of being in no time dream to deal with what's making you free, what's making you in fear. So when they finish that concept, they'll realize the other part of the world there, that the event part of the world, they were just on pause. And they'll have to determine if that pause keeps them out of the time stream link of being, how do I describe this? 24 time zones around the world, 10 plus calendars. They won't be linked to a calendar system. So to them, 6 months could have traveled by, or 6 seconds, or no time whatsoever. It'll be how much the Dreamtime event took them out of the constraints of our time definition, because that's essentially what the event is breaking us of, is this social agreement on time.
Yes, that's really important.
That's how it happens.
Yeah, yeah.
Once your stream of this consciousness of Earth-based 3D matrix time is when you used to cut triangles and X's inside papers and open them up.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do consciously.
So essentially, it is in a sense tracking the Mayan calendar, that we are moving into unity consciousness and a golden age, quote unquote. But the difference being in this time frame, or in this timescape, that in the past ages where there's been a lessening of the densities of the sine wave has stretched out, there has been no graduation. So then it's contracted and expanded, but there haven't been any graduating classes in
38,000 years.
38,000 years. So, for instance, what's happened with Sirius and some of the other planets, that
their graduation is held up by ours.
So, is this really the big plug in the drain?
It's the cork on the champagne bottle.
Oh, okay.
Everyone wins.
Okay.
Everyone gets their ascension codes.
Okay.
Because for here it's finishing the global ascension code. So all beings have the property. All beings on the graduating timeline that have proven their graduation get the code to leave.
Okay, and that means that we have access to 7 universes, And there are 11 others that we
Correct.
have not accessed
Correct.
at yet.
Correct.
But we have
But
access.
they have access. Those others have access to us.
Okay.
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 So we will then go out to look for them.
So this is like the Explorer race.
Yes.
I think it was David Shapiro wrote about that. Wrote a whole series
Yes,
called the Explorer,
Explorer
Race.
Race.
Yes, and they're wonderful books.
Yes, wonderful books.
Yeah. So that's what we're our destiny, and the illusions will drop for us.
For us.
For the 65%. And then that's when you said that we will be able to develop or become familiar with the spiritual technology of being multidimensional and being
Correct.
anywhere, so that we can...
Many people will get something that just looks like a desk, an office chair,
Right.
and a monitor, and
Yeah.
a second room that's right next to it. It looks like a relaxation room.
Huh.
The desk and the monitors for the 3D Matrix U to learn to create third eye visual or hologram room. The recreation room is to you to learn it without doing it with the technology.
Wow. So we will have... how will this technology... how will that be provided? Is that by a higher...
The technology that's waiting to be given to us simply because we are going to complete soul codes just by allowing us to physically meet. And that, for them, is
Wow.
huge.
And we'll be able to converse with each other. I mean,
Correct.
we'll be able.
In my opinion, what I'll do, I will offer events for the galactic families to come to Mount Shasta.
Wonderful.
And offer humans to come there at the same time and intermeet them in a ceremony.
Wow, I'm getting
Where we all
chills.
can get along.
Oh, I'm getting chills. And then, of course, you've got the beings of Telos and the rest
All
that
of
can
them
then
waiting there can come in
and we can meet
for
a
the
meeting
first time.
of the minds.
Of the soul family minds.
Yeah, wow, that is so wonderful. And then we will be. You said that we'll have the opportunity, if we so choose, and people will have different choices available to them.
Oh yes.
But in our development of this technology, 25 years may pass for us, while those who don't graduate, who are not ready, are still in dream time, working on the technology, and we'll have an opportunity to place an avatar.
Well, there'll be many people who go fishing for loved ones caught in those dream worlds. And that will be service to the Earth's dream time, because you're choosing to be a healer. You're gonna insert yourself into that reality, knowing it's fake, and do
Right.
whatever you can do to get that person to
But
a
we
finished
won't
way
be
heal.
stuck there like we feel like we are now.
You can go in and out of it as
Like
you
we
want.
have to incarnate
Right.
through the archontic grids and
Right.
with
Yeah, that's gone.
Okay, so that is being replaced,
Yes,
and that is all part of the shift
correct.
or the ascension process.
Once you take the incarnation grid completely out, back into the control of Earth, the greasy oil, the wheels greased.
Right, and that's another question I wanted to ask you. Originally, how did the organic process of incarnation work through the earth before it was corrupted?
It was a free will incarnation pattern that everything was done through spiritual cord of equity that the earth oversaw. So you would have one family lineage, soul family lineage, another soul family lineage, another soul family lineage. If this soul family lineage had a dispute amongst itself, it would go to the earth consciousness to read the Akashic record in total to give a judgment in neutrality for that single soul family.
Oh.
If two soul families came together, they contracted Earth to look at all of them and to figure out the issue. That's how they did that.
So Earth has been basically dominated and controlled, and
Taken
taken
away
out
because our genetics were changed in such a way that we no longer had the proper thing for the user manual of the human body.
And is that when the 15 families?
Well, it began before the 15 beings, because
There were-
ultimately, even the other two big light and dark forces that were trying to go after Earth before the beings came in understood the importance, but the 15 beings were smarter than these other ones and weaseled their way in and locked them out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. But it wasn't through our invitation to experience duality and hardship.
No.
It was basically, well, this looks like a good situation. Let's see how we can outsmart them. And they did.
And they did.
And the 15 families that are operating at what dimensional existence?
6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Okay, so that tells us a lot. And then the archons, which are in control of the mind control and the incarnational process, that had
They're the ones that oversee the courts now, where Earth doesn't oversee the courts anymore.
Earth has been completely taken out of the
court
system. Where is Earth residing?
Suppressed. Or that part of her will is suppressed because our race doesn't know how to create courts of equity, spiritual courts of equity.
And it's been
because it's taken away by when our oral traditions were taken away.
And the indigenous tribes were murdered intentionally and replaced with
all the pipe holders too.
And the courts that we presently have.
Because the pipe was the presence of the court. So when they shared a pipe in court and in council, that pipe was could be psychometry, could be used on it to prove that there was a court then, court with Earth, and that would be why the pipe holders were taken. And all the warriors, all the peacemakers, all of them.
Yeah. And so what we have today, as of this moment, is multiple warring factions of the 15 families
fighting themselves internally, and fighting the other ones externally, and then trying to influence each one internally and fight each one externally. And that they're in each other's game.
and do they know the extent?
They've known that it was coming,
right?
But they all have their secret projects,
right? So and that's all going to
happen at the same time.
Okay, so
they all have to show their cards.
Okay.
It's a poker game right now.
Okay, and there's a moment at which you've upped the ante,
yeah.
And okay, what do you have? And you have no choice but to show your cards. Yeah. Will we be involved in the understanding of the process of? We will. So how will we see that manifest on the planet?
It's going to be once consciousness awakes and realizes graduation is inevitable. Okay. And it happens. It'll happen fast for those who want it to happen fast. Slow for those that want it to happen slow.
So you step on the accelerator of your own consciousness.
Exactly.
Yeah. And if you're going too fast, you simply step on the brakes
or get on the off ramp.
Right. Do you be diverted by whatever? It lowers your vibration.
Or the truck stop, whatever.
Right. We have somebody here that. Is
driver.
For the oil industry.
Yep, for the oil
that will all have to go away too, right? Because the strength.
Those people in those jobs, their jobs will be to travel the world. That's their new job.
And what will be done with the technology that's already existing? Will that be just simply scrapped under
the energy will be changed.
It will, yes, because it's been used for dark purposes and it's been kept
its energies will be unmanifested, cleansed, and then remanifested into Earth's consciousness. Because that's Earth consciousness energy that she's provided as background material.
And then she will be making an appearance, being manifest.
She will manifest herself to take over all physical transactions between people.
Oh, wonderful. So there will be a true energy exchange, not a fake monetary system of control and domination.
There will be a true energy exchange system that will be in complete transparency because it's the Earth's sentience that is the judge of it.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that happen. I mean, I've seen it in my mind's eye, so I know that and that's why I get so frustrated with the system not collapsing, because I can see the potential for what's coming. It seems like it's just around the corner, and then it never arrives. It's like a carrot and a stick, It's like, okay, there's a whole banking system waiting to be rolled out. Now, somebody talked about that tonight, that the banking...
I don't think there even going to be an intermediary banking system. So I think personally, there's enough people that are awake,
right,
and there's enough people who are asleep, who are starving.
Yes,
that they'll be far more receptive.
Yes, and that's all the result of the control, and
that will make the event travel faster because those people were starving and have food and consciousness exploring devices and homes.
Right, and it could be an instant transmutation
for weeks.
Right, weeks.
I mean, and then their culture has to survive the change.
Right.
Because there'll be elderly that won't use the technology or just is not in a conscious state to even begin to try, and they'll need to be healed enough so they can use the devices.
Is it possible that many will depart, through physical death, and then simply...
Some will just get it and unmanifest the body. They won't... They're just done.
Will people that literally disappear from view?
No.
It will be everything will be...
People will be present, and they'll take their last breath.
Okay.
And the body, they'll leave,
Okay.
and when they're ready, they can send another part back.
Huh.
Not to the dead being, it's
Right,
just
right.
another being that can project and exist there.
What part will walk-ins play?
As people graduate, as soon as you graduate, there's somebody who takes your place. There's going to be such a big graduation here, and then a new incoming of spirit. The graduating class is going to create free-willed perversions of itself that go back to Earth to teach the new people coming in.
Free will versions.
Free will versions
Okay, I
of
thought you said
themselves
free
in
will
a free
okay.
in a free will,
Okay.
total Earth free will environment.
Okay. All right.
This is what the Pleiadians, Assyrians, all of them, they're doing to us now. They're projecting energy to us so that we can finish this change, so that they can finish their changes too.
Because they're all held up, right?
Held up.
And in fact, the Greys are held up.
All
The
of
whole
them.
ascension process is held up by this bottleneck
Yep.
that's been created by the 15 families and the resulting time wars
Yep.
and the problems that those have
Think of it
created.
as Earth is pregnant right now, and this migration away is the finishing of the pregnancy.
So it really is giving birth.
Yes.
Will there be a physical Earth as we know it?
Yes.
But it will be transformed, yes, because of
The event is essentially the afterbirth and the placenta.
oh, it could be messy, but no worse than what we have now, which is this abundant.
At least we're not getting a C-section.
Oh, ooh, yeah, and there won't be any drugs involved.
Some people might want them.
Right. Well, there's mushrooms and other things that people like to do. So, okay. So the 65% are ready, and then there will be a percentage that will be in dream time, but they will be searching for we will be able to assist them in a sense like an ascended master. I don't like to use that term.
There will be ascended masters here
Okay.
in the air cities, in
Oh.
the dream worlds. In the physical world that your avatar is still residing in is your manifested reality, which will be based on the local realities of the first people who realize they're awake. And then the local realities will shift as people go and live with their soul family.
Oh, right.
So the Earth literally is going to change as people begin to filter to their right places.
Right, right. So all this will be happening simultaneously.
Well, there has to be the graduation party. Cap and
Okay.
gown ceremony, graduation party, meet your soul family.
Okay.
So, and synchronicities happen everywhere, and everybody finishes it, and poof, you're in the air.
And how long will the graduating party last?
As long as you want it.
Oh, wonderful. So there could be a few years anyway, of people recognizing each other as soul family. And now there's a slight little problem in that the 15 families that have created this big mess are also part of our soul family.
That's right, the rotten part.
Right. So what do we have to learn how to recognize? What do we do with the parts of our soul family that need to be exorcised or removed?
We aren't the ones that are going to be doing the mass removal.
Oh, thank you.
Okay? We're not at the state that our consciousness is unified enough
Right.
to truly understand
Right.
the depth, the breadth, what they've done.
Right. I mean, we've just barely touched upon it, and then we were.
Without help, we would have never even known we're a race with amnesia.
Right. 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 So then there will be a percentage of new souls that have come in that will just continue in a higher dimensional reality.
Well, it'll
Cleaner.
be fourth, and the effects of third will still be there, but the people that come in will change and alter the Earth in such a way that it becomes more multidimensional, so that the Earth can return to its seventh dimension and galactic seed planet status.
And so the graduation includes moving to the seventh dimension, basically.
No, up one.
Up one.
It has to go up one at a time because the new consciousness comes in,
Okay.
and then that remaining consciousness that didn't graduate the first time graduates. And a whole
Okay.
new one comes in. The monkey cage gets cleaned out.
Oh, so where did the 65% end up? Is that what we're talking about?
When we graduate, the 65%, you return home to your original soul planet.
Okay. And that'll be different for
Each and every one of us.
But we could have multiple, so could we? Well,
Multiple. You can have multiple.
You can have
Many
multiple.
of you will, and you'll make a choice. How many
Which-
parts do you want to make?
Oh,
And where does your avatar want to go?
and that could be any dimension, right? That pretty
Well,
much.
planet, where you're still going to function. You got to finish your galactic version. You're
Okay.
You're the micro that has just become the macro.
Okay,
Now
so
you must go learn the macro world.
when we're talking about moving to ascending to a fifth dimensional vibration, where the graduating class might quickly shift through fourth.
And go right to 6, go to 5th and a quarter.
Okay,
Right.
okay, but it'll be wherever we feel most
Necessary.
comfortable and where our vibration matches, where our vibrational fit. But it'll be a win-win situation, right?
Yes.
Because it will be, we will all have graduated wherever we end up, and we'll also be able to communicate with each other.
Yes, never lose communication.
And
with
never
family.
have to go through that horrible, feeling of fragmentation and isolation and all that other stuff that's been going on for millions of years.
Yeah.
Good. Now, this attack that I witnessed, and I've never seen. I've read about so many different forms of psychic and demonic attacks over the years, but this was really a living demonstration. So we're to expect this to be occurring because the 15 families are ramping up
They're paying overtime to their franchises
to
operate under data mining for physical understanding of the people, so they can pass off the dossier of the people to the influencer groups.
and there are whole layers of control that
And
that
they
function.
target you based off of your soul family. So
Ah.
they're preventing you from eating soul family. On the other end, there are those that are just to create drama so groups fall apart,
Right,
which was what happened here.
which is what
It
happened.
was a drama entity.
Yes, yes. So one thing that we need to watch out for is anything that creates drama. You can almost instantly know that is some form of the.
The harder core drama. I mean, there's light
Right.
core drama that's not.
Well,
that's
right,
dead.
right,
Yeah.
There's life and death drama. There's somebody up here whose husband is in jail who's a super soldier.
Yep.
And that story has been circulated in other radio shows.
Mhm.
But there are millions of those out there, and then there are millions of targeted individuals, which is something
Exactly.
that's just
And they're
being
targeted for many reasons.
so. And then we're all living under the under the blanket,
Under the eye.
under the eye, almost like the Tolkien's The Ring trilogy.
That's right.
Yeah, very similar to that, isn't it? And in fact, he
Very metaphorical.
studied this whole situation, and yeah, exactly. So it is like the eye. Well, okay, that seems like a good place for us to take a short break
Okay.
in part 8, and then we'll pick it up when we get back and continue
nine.
in part 9.
All right.
All right,
Awesome.
thank you, Andrew. Welcome back. This is part 7, and it's Lance White with Andrew Bartzis. And we left off talking about we're going to talk about the Orion Wars or the Syrian Wars.
Mhm.
And then another element that's been added into this have been all the nuclear explosions that have gone on to lower the density. So wherever you want to begin.
Let's start with the Orion Wars.
Okay.
The Orion species, are soul family to us. They were refugees here. We were refugees on their planet. They were both the good guys and the bad guys, and so were we both the good guys and bad guys. So to understand the wars is about how soul societies and races can be split up into factions that fight themselves.
Mm.
Now, the string-pulling puppetry entities love this little game that they do. And the Syrian Grey, the Orion Wars, are all essentially massive puppetry wars to put soul families into war states or karmic resolution states with each other.
Mm-hmm.
The Orion Wars, when they came to a head in 2006, it was about the technological side versus the spiritual side. The spiritual side adopted some technology. The technological side refused all spiritual side. So you had the sides that were creating beings with no trees of life, creating clones that were just for warriors, and it was an affront to universal law.
And super soldiers also.
Super
right?
soldiers also. So they also began kidnapping people from other worlds because they would become the perfect ship engines. There are people that were taken because of the types of psychic energies that they have.
Okay.
They literally would take them out of their physical body and then implant them in the ship to be the drive. This was the other affront to what they were doing. The technological side didn't care about the sovereign free will of what they were doing. You were just a part with a number to them.
Mm.
That's it. That's all you were. When the wars came to a head, there were about 350 planets that were in the field of operation. The United Species that are enforcing the quarantine here are also battling the reptoids of the various, there's several dozen different versions of reptoids. The red-based reptoids are the ones we're functioning here with. These reptoids understood that Earth had its chance to extend out from 2006 to change the event date before the audit. So what they did was released, best way we'll describe it, a slave force over a span of several thousand worlds, and they just let them all go and created a massive refugee nightmare. No food, very little water, no technology, just left these trillions of people there and said, all right, good guys, go help those 7 trillion people. And then reamassed all their forces to break the blockade on Earth. At that point, 2006, there were reptoid vessels forcing themselves into the solar system. At the same time, the forces of light were trying to finish the last of the Orion Wars. Okay, so
Wow.
This is the field of battle, the entire scope. The Orion Wars, they mass invested their technological vessels, so there was a war with millions of ships invested into them, so that they can break the blockades that are around those worlds, because they had blockaded those worlds, so technology couldn't come out.
Mm-hmm.
So in part of the technological trades. When the Orion Wars finally came to an end, the last of the despots were taken off. They began to bring lots of people back to the galactic central sun for recyclement, but they had to deal with what the reptoids left over. That's why we didn't get our ascension in 2006, why we didn't get a graduating class. There weren't enough forces out there to do it. And they actually were able to break the blockade a number of times and get a significant amount of people off of our world, as well as the different DNAs.
Wow.
I mean, I can go into individual battle descriptions. I really don't think that applies because it's pretty dark.
Mm-hmm.
And in this neutral perspective, I've experienced some very, very dark things. And it doesn't, how do I put this? It disgusts me at one level when I'm not in the quantum field and I'm not reading it, but when I'm in this level, I understand that it is information.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And it can easily put people in a fear state, and I don't want to put people in a fear state.
Right.
The wars were, just as when Germany fell at the end, and you had Hitler inside his bunker, the same thing was in the Orions. They never thought they would lose. Ego to the last second.
Mm-hmm.
And they murdered many of their own people that were innocent.
Yeah.
War is hell. War is not a nice thing. I can describe the big battles out in space. giant planet ships fighting giant planet ships, interdimensional mercenaries coming from other realms and other universes to be on both sides.
Wow.
We
Right.
have groups like the Silver Legion.
Huh.
Have you ever heard of them?
No, I haven't.
Well, I'd advise people to look them up. They're an interdimensional force that basically arose during the very founding of domination and control that was separate of the forces of light that have been unified now. And they go around from world to world to world and teach people how to be attackers against a dominating and invading force. And then they will recruit high energy beings to come and function with them for a certain period of time. There are other groups that are very similar to them. I just chose them because they're doing an active role here right now. And that active role is being Dreamtime Defenders, Dreamtime Warriors. They're protecting people from the day terrors and night terrors that are going to be spread upon us.
So these are things that we need to be aware of and watch out for.
Yep.
And the more we can raise our awareness about this kind of information, the better off we are in terms of recognizing a situation as it occurs and neutralizing it. Not going into fear, not going into judgment, and using the proper tools to neutralize the effects of it. A lot of fear has been spread about on the internet about a coming galactic war, and it seems that that's one of the plans that's been in the hopper to scare the bejesus out of us, that there will be some kind of fake alien war, and then they'll bring out the good guys, which will actually be the
Same guys
that have been pulling all the dirty tricks. So is that something that...
I think I call that Project Bluebeam.
Right.
Is that a happenstance? No. The vast majority of their plans have been neutered.
Okay.
They don't have the technology to use the mass Earth-based holograms to make a fake invasion. All that technology has been removed already. Also, the key players of those systems have been removed from the timelines. So they can't do the vast majority of those big fear things.
Okay.
But what they can do is propagate propaganda that makes a certain section of people so fearful that they can create a temporary destruction in their area.
Right.
A volcano, an earthquake. Though I am in this state of understanding that no big destructions will happen unless you create it in your local reality because of mass propaganda and fear, carpet bombing that area.
What about us being in the asteroid belt? We've moved into a different section of the galactic plane.
That's science.
Okay.
And science is misinformed.
No, obviously, since they don't know how many planets we have around it.
The asteroid theory that they're referring to is a way to limit us so we can't see beyond the stars that they're telling us exist.
Right.
The visual patterns of the stars will begin to change. That's something else you'll see in the event, though. People that just look up and go, that should be the Big Dipper there. And there's a whole new pattern there. But not everyone will see it. It'll begin to spread and spread and spread because the reality is beginning to change. Star patterns will be different. And just looking up in the sky and seeing a star pattern from one you saw a million lifetimes ago will trigger you through your awakening process. And there will be people that find themselves experiencing the Orion Wars. They were on the ship and one of their multidimensional parts was there.
Wow.
And they look up in the sky and see the right pattern that lines up to the last thing that soul saw before he died when his ship crashed into another one.
Wow.
And it all transfers back to the person here who's the avatar of the different pieces parts out there. We're the avatars here. Avatar meaning the master consciousness that allows parts of itself to gain sovereign free will to go out and experience life so multidimensionally we can expand and learn and love and live.
Okay. And the time frame for us doing that has pretty much been condensed. It's condensing because of the density. We're going through the period of density, but we just moved out of the period of greatest density, didn't we?
The heaviest density.
The heaviest density. So we should...
Just Mars and Earth are still on the dense side, and it's the sleep people that are keeping us anchored there.
Okay.
So the parts of our solar system that are in there are in the the sine wave is expanded.
Okay.
And it's going to keep expanding and expanding until the polarity of consciousness forces this in. And that skip is what will be the first unified dreamtime experience instead of moment.
Okay.
The 21st of December was the first experience in 28,000 years. The first moment of infinity is way more intense. Okay? I mean, you've had experiences where you've experienced, you know, a consciousness expanding thing where you understood the infinite, and as soon as it was over, wow.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
That's what the jump will be like.
Wow.
Like going over the hill of the roller coaster.
Can't wait.
Put your arms up.
Right.
Nuclear explosions.
Yes.
When they started testing nuclear explosions, it wasn't a test. It was purpose. Everywhere there was a nuclear explosion, it was done on purpose to make interdimensional rifts or to kill hollow Earth-based entities or Earth-based entities that live in the astral realms.
Oh.
All the orbital explosions were meant to destroy whole incoming migration patterns.
Okay.
Completely eliminate them from the astral experience, and many of them can no longer function as energy beings and need to be brought to Venus to triage centers.
Wow.
Where literally soul triage centers can put the pieces parts back together one step at a time.
Isn't there also a factor that if there were enough nuclear explosions that went off on the Earth, that the Earth would be unable to continue functioning?
Correct. Also, if they had done that, they would have had full access to Hollow Earth, the Garthan network. The nuclear explosions, there's an actual website that shows each individual explosion from the 1940s on, and you'll see America has like 5,800 to France's 11 to Russia's 700, and it just shows you all over the world, explosion, and it tells you the altitude or the depth in the Earth. I advise everyone to go and use a search engine and find that little graphic of everyone going off. When you physically see that for yourself, you'll realize it's lined up to exactly the grids of Earth. What's the pyramid grid? The pyramid's on the Giza grid.
Right.
It all interacts with that energy.
Right.
All of those explosions are purposely in areas to inter-affect the grids of Earth.
Right.
And to lower consciousness, destroy consciousness. Also to create portals for smuggling off-world. We've been under a quarantine essentially since about 400 AD. Though the quarantine didn't have the amount of vessels it has now, it had just enough to prevent mass exodus of slave races to being sold off like they did previously. And there are times there were vessels that came in here and fought the existing vessels back and forth. 1566, the big battle over Germany, that wood tablet. There was actually 250, 300,000 vessels involved in that, whole planet-wide, mass invasion. And, how do I put this? It changed consciousness then. And the system of domination and control needed to erase that. So they brought in the plague. They also brought in the plague to eliminate certain soul families that had a DNA lineage that already had a complete soul code. But all those people that died from the plague literally had a few seconds in the astral world to review their life, but they were forced back in.
Wow.
So they cleared the DNA that they didn't want, but kept the souls that they wanted.
Wow. That is really clever. Really clever. As George says, you have to give them
you have to give them credit.
For Wow.
Gotta give them credit.
Wow.
They didn't miss anything.
No.
Didn't miss a thing.
And so when we see that there are things going on in the world, I've taken the perspective that there are no accidents.
Nope.
Especially when it comes to any negative event and anything that creates fear. It is all planned and scripted.
Absolutely.
At every level, from the the highest to the lowest. Now,
I have a little bit more about nuclear explosions.
oh yes, I was going to ask you.
When our scientists, how do I put this, began to experiment, even I think Rosenberg said, we're ending the world here.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
That's right.
They were in influence of off-world species, both positive and negative.
Yeah,
I have to get that clear. Some of them were really good people and some of them were not. Okay, you know, many of them came from Project Paperclip, Nazi direct over. They were all full party members and fully approved of everything that was going on in the final solution. Now, the Nordic race that is said to interact with them, that was this particular sect that was interfunctioning with those scientists because they ultimately knew that they had to go to America because of the timeline wars.
Mm-hmm.
They had to go there. So they brought the technology into the German structures because they were the only, how do I put this? People at the time that had the sentience to comprehend the technology that was being given to them. Because the science wasn't there for even the beginning of the understanding.
Mm-hmm.
But the telepathic communication could give them that, even though the person never knew it's being given to them. Given to them in doses so that they could create the technology, because after World War II you have a mass technological revolution.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you really think about it, we went from no plumbing and outhouses, you know, in the 1900s to 1930s to having solid state circuitry, and everybody had a radio in the 60s, 20 years.
That's right.
To having computers and cell phones in the 80s, to being in the social networking age and the internet age now. And where does technology take us now? It can't take us any further because the advertising industry has made so much money off of us. They have to show us the next level, but they can't at the same time. So, how do I put this? I'm trying to find the right linguistics that isn't limiting.
Okay.
We operate in human linguistics that literally limit our vibration by cadence and tone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I call this sacred geometry linguistics by design from the very beginning of our oral traditions that were meant to limit us.
Huh.
Quite literally.
Wow.
You know, they've gone even to that level. The nuclear explosions affected so many of us still, like white sands. The granite that was there took the impression and is constantly radiating out into our grid. The ones in our atmosphere is constantly radiating out into our grid. Some of these chemtrails are meant to empower those spots where those nuclear weapons went off.
Wow.
So that they're constantly creating multidimensional portals so that they can bring in travelers from other dimensions or travelers from other timelines beyond the quarantine zone that's around us.
Mm-hmm.
This right now is the moment of smuggling. Like, even as we speak right now, there's operations to prevent smuggling. These are people that have been kidnapped from their homes and have scientific experiments done on them, and they're going to be put into slave societies in other worlds.
Wow. I'm just ordinary, everyday people like anybody that could...
Their genetics that makes them unordinary.
Ah, got you.
Or their soul makes them unordinary.
And of course their soul can be removed from the container and
put into something
else. Yes, which is something that could happen to anybody.
Anyone. The Greys do that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They make a Walmart of bodies. They pick out model 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, and they just transfer their consciousness between it.
Yeah.
And at times they just transfer their consciousness from one ship to another, just like in a single moment. I'm just taking this clothes off and putting on another one.
Huh. Interesting. How many of the of the leaders that are existing today have been cloned? I've read that before. That just about everybody.
They aren't really cloned. They have
they-
to hold soul contracts.
Okay.
If you're in a government position, you are the holder of the soul contracts for the system of domination and control.
Right.
Somebody actually has to physically be the holder of those contracts.
Okay. Are they
So-
aware of that?
No.
Okay.
Most
So
of
this
them no. I mean, there are a few that are aware of it.
this is just an unconscious.
It's an unconscious. It's
Right.
part of the way the system of spirit contracts were to keep domination and
Okay.
control in place.
Okay.
There has to be a contract. And if you never know about spiritual contracts, you'll never know you're even the holder.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
You got the Queen of England, a major holder of domination and control. The contracts that she holds keeps the kingships and lordships energy from time traveler enforced into this world. Why is there a God Save with the Queen song? Why is it coming here to America? We don't care about the British Queen. You know, she's a media icon for a reason, because her view has to always be in public because the energy of our perception keeps this kingship concept going, and she's the sole contract holder for the religions that are stealing our consciousness.
Like the Catholic religion,
Mm-hmm.
and so on and so forth. So she's working very closely with the Vatican.
Correct.
And so they're basically working hand in hand, so to speak.
Yes, some can be considered knights or bishops of the chessboard. The queen isn't the queen of the chessboard.
Right.
Okay?
She's still part of the management.
She's part of the management.
Right.
But her say doesn't influence the Archon grid. And in fact, very few people in the world have any say over the Archon grid. And those would be the highest level of the banking families, the highest level of the controller families can speak to the Archon levels, but really have little influence other than whispering in their ear.
Wow. How do they communicate?
Dark rituals.
Ah.
I mean, it's ingrained into that concept.
Right.
To be a part of the domination and control, you have to have gone through those rituals many lifetimes.
Yeah.
So all of your sovereign free will is given to the domination and control system. That's where your pledge allegiance and oath to domination and control. There shall never be any other than God other than the one, which is the one with domination and control.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, so the original God that's claimed to be the jealous God, the Jehovah and Yahweh and the rest of it, were those alien
Those were aliens
entities
that were here to create propaganda.
And the God consciousness, the God script,
the
God
God
program,
script,
the God program,
the God meme, whatever you want to call
Right.
it.
And then now that energy is milked from.
The praying people.
Right, exactly.
The Bible, I have to adjust this. There are good people in religion. The Bible was written by multidimensional beings who are leapfrogging through time, influencing each generation of people through each printing of it so that you stay in that propaganda format. Revelations is a crock.
Oh, right.
It's part of the crap sandwich we all been eating.
Right.
All right?
Right.
It's to create fear.
Right.
The true Gospels, the true Gnostics, we are the gods. Okay? And the same Bible says God will only judge in equity. Equity is not blind justice. Equity sees all sides. Equity understands that even the dark forces are going to need to be forgiven. And for us light people who can't forgive, we solely suffer. And we prevent our ascension.
Right, that's a very good point.
We are the preventers of it.
That's a very good point.
If you can't forgive, you're preventing.
Right. Right, that's a really good point. And then that also ties into not judging either. Although there's a time for judgment and a time for righteous anger.
Correct. Righteous
So,
anger.
Yeah, we have to know when, and I would say those 15 beings.
Your time is up. Your time is up. No more secrets.
Right, exactly. Let the skirt blow up.
That's right.
Now, the Nazi movement was brought over here by through Project Paperclip, and as we know, all these different scientists were installed in corporations and pharmaceutical industries.
As part of the time travel wars.
Probably Monsanto and the NASA, never a straight answer, and so on and so forth. So they are pretty pervasive, are they not? I've heard they have underground bases with technology that's beyond belief, and gold coming out there, literally coming out there.
They can manifest gold.
They can manifest gold, okay.
But our natural gold is the key. Our natural gold is what's used to encase DNA or humans that are being smuggled off the world.
Really?
Because it has the Earth's energy in it.
Oh,
It's
how
not a man-made
interesting.
crystal. It's a naturally made mineral, which is special when you find the right stuff.
Huh.
So all the gold that's been holding in the various vaults is not man-made gold, is not manifest gold, it's natural gold, because that's the value for the exchange for technology.
Oh, so how do they smuggle?
They essentially, if you have an individual human, they basically spray liquid gold onto them without harming them.
Wow.
So that they're protected from the interdimensional rift energies of breaking the smuggling, of making the for a smuggler to function, they have to find a dimensional portal that was created by the multiple nuclear weapons in the upper atmosphere.
Okay.
So another smuggling vessel will target a galactic central sun somewhere else, and it'll use the soul codes to open up the galactic central sun to come directly to our sun, but at the same time increase their time value from a separate galaxy so that they come in as a super long sine wave.
Mm.
And as soon as the tip of the sine wave is in that dimensional portal, the dimensional protection grid that's on Earth detects smuggling, but it's so instantly that they can transport up and then be back out of reality.
Huh.
And the human body that's encased in gold is now protected by that dimensional rift. And every
Huh.
time these smugglers do a dimensional rift, they're killing hundreds or thousands of astral entities.
Huh.
It's a great violation to do that kind of smuggling.
Interesting. Wow. So there was something to the movie Goldfinger. that wasn't just a...
Soft disclosure.
Yeah, soft disclosure, yes. Wow. Huh. So now, well, there was another quick question I wanted to throw in here, because we haven't really discovered it or talked about it too much, and that was, what part do the angelics and the various angelic realms play? There have been stories about the Nephilim and the Elohim having created the earth, and there are also stories that they're part dark and part light. What is the true angelic story that's going on?
The angelics, you have to understand the system of angelics, the way we give them a pecking order
Right.
is propaganda.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So to give them a pecking order and a power order is to give away your power.
Okay.
True angelic beings won't violate your free will. True angelic beings are essentially the embodiment of ascended masters that are somehow related to your soul family.
Okay.
When we get into the concept of angelic beings, we have to go back to the founding of this universe, quite literally. The first light species that were spawned here by the universal prime creator who made the first galaxy, and then separated into second galaxy, third galaxy, fourth galaxy, and each time inviting souls from other universes to come and populate his galaxy or his universe.
Mm-hmm.
I say his, I'm sorry, if it's multi-everything. I'm just using that.
Okay.
So the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth migration pattern into this universe represents the angelic beings. They are the oldest beings that began with our universe. There was a big wave of angelic beings who left our universe out of free will, and another wave came in, and then the older ones came back, and the younger ones left. And many times, the ones that left took on the names of the ones that were leaving, the new ones coming in. So it really isn't the same being.
Okay.
One would leave, another would take its spot. One would leave, another would take its spot.
Okay.
So the angelic beings are good people. They're light beings. But there is the opposition to them, which are the demonics.
Right.
And the demonics were also invited in here by the Universal Prime Creator, because
Really?
one cannot exist without the other.
Ah.
Light cannot exist without the dark. This is a free-willed universe. That's where they put the sacred neutral beings. These are other types of angelics that can be both angel and demon at the same time.
Right.
Or neither angel and
Right.
demon.
They balance.
Right.
Right.
Light can't exist without dark, and dark cannot exist without light. So the angelic and demonic wars of the Bible are propaganda,
Right.
but there is a spark of truth in it,
Yeah.
because they did battle in the beginning, but it was meant to battle. And after a while, they began to ascend onto worlds and become ascended masters. It's not dissension, the descending of Lucifer. It is ascension into a lower form to create more consciousness, more life expanding. So the universe's consciousness, total potential consciousness of sentience, is constantly expanding. The universe stops expanding if there's a retraction of consciousness. It's the
Right.
total sum of the consciousness of the entire universe that keeps it expanding.
Right.
So if you have the two sides constantly in conflict,
Greetings. Today is June 21st, 2013, the day of the summer solstice. This video is being created at Stewart Mineral Springs in Mount Shasta. The purpose of this interview is to document our galactic history going back approximately 54 million years with Andrew Bartzis, a galactic historian. Andrew has the unique ability to read the Akashic records. My name is Lance White, and I'm best known for the radio show A Fireside Chat with Zany Mystic at BBS Radio. So let's meet Andrew now and talk to him.
Hi,
doing? Andrew. How are you?
Today? I'm doing good today.
It's
I'm
good
glad you were able to come to the event here.
Oh, yes.
Beautiful, beautiful place here.
Well, it's great to meet you, and I was taken with your information instantly, and so I thought maybe we could start out with your definition of a galactic historian, how you got to read the Akashic records, and we can kind of segue into what's
going on.
Yes, which is what we all want to know.
Well, a galactic historian is a person that looks at all the lines of dramatic karma. One planet in this part of the galaxy creates karma that's war-based. This planet creates drama that's music-based or soul-based. They create lines of drama. And a planet will generally have a theme. Not all karma is bad. Not all karma is good. Some of it's just in between. A galactic historian goes to each and every line of dramatic karma and lives in soul family with everyone, so they see the big picture of all of the karma that's going on in a local part of the universe. What makes it very difficult is you have to have true love with someone in that soul family in each and every time. Mm-hmm. So the truth about the galactic historian is to become one, you have to go to all of the worlds, live in all their incarnation and reincarnation cycles, and be soul family to each one. When our solar system was built from the ground up to clear out the karmic pollution of the universe, everyone was put here, and I had already lived the lifetimes. There were 4 people ahead of me in this world that had the opportunity to say yes. They said no. When it came to my turn, I said yes. There's 2 people beyond me that can say yes or no if it comes to their turn.
Huh.
That's the basic definition of the galactic historian. Being soul family to everyone means I've traveled a lot. I'm old.
I guess so. Now, when did you first start to gain an understanding of the Akashic records, and how does that work for you, and how has that evolved?
When I was still an innocent little kid, I was doing it then, but nowhere near at the power levels that I do now, or the ability now. When I was 9 years old, my dad took me to a baseball game at Cleveland Stadium. Bottom of the 9th inning, tied game. Somebody hits a home run. The whole stadium cheers. At that point, I downloaded all the Akashic records of everyone that was there. It's 83,000 plus people. Even people miles away from the stadium. At that point, I knew I was different. I searched my mind. What was Atlantis? What was Lemuria? What was Decanara? Speaking in soul languages and not being able to communicate with this to my family, they just wouldn't understand. Where do you begin to even say that to anyone? I love my family. They're great people, and every family has a little dysfunction in it. But I knew I couldn't say anything. Just knew it. There was a 2-week period where there were guides from Hollow Earth that came there and helped me redeposit the information from my brain into my cellular memory. And your cellular memory is literally in your skeletal energy. It's not in your muscular factor. Even though we as species today use our skin to store imagery or messages, and we shouldn't, it should all be within our cellular memory of our skeletal structure.
So now we're in the process of learning about Earth's history, and apparently there's been quite a lot of shenanigans and playing with timelines and so on and so forth. Most of us are familiar with the basic story that's come through various channels and who some of the players are. But you're going to take us back starting about,
52 million to 54 million. Well, we lost 2 million years of history when Earth wasn't in this universe anymore.
Okay, what happened?
It was a big prize that a galactic sentience of another universe said, I want to play in this game for a little while. And it came into our universe and said, I'm taking this. And there wasn't enough powerful entities at the time, even the dark guys here, that could stop them. And they put it in another universe for 2 million years and allowed it to seed life in another universe, because that's its original purpose, is to be a galactic seed planet, seeding whole life, DNA wisdom to whole new galaxies. And then Earth got mad, basically gave it the middle finger, and it came back over here and got back into the fold of what was going on here.
So it was able to break loose.
Correct. It is a sentience.
Right, right. Do you have a name for that galactic group?
The universe that it went to?
Right.
We'll just call it the Zalaka.
Okay. Okay.
It doesn't have language, and in this intonation, Zilakwa. That's the best way to describe it. It's not a free will universe.
That we have now.
Correct. We are a 100% free will universe. And free will means we can set up our realities based off of the rules that we create in it.
Okay, but our free will has been co-opted over those millions of years.
Correct.
Okay, so then who was next to interfere with the free will of the planet?
Well, Earth had drama while it was being created. Drama is natural. Drama can be, I don't like you because your technology is better than mine, my religion is better than yours. People have ego even at the higher dimensions. It just functions differently. When karma reaches the point where a sentient species can reach out several galaxies beyond their home planet, you can create karmic pollution to newer planets or younger planets. Earth was one of those that brought good pollution and bad pollution to thousands of worlds. Earth, when it was first rolled out as a seventh dimensional galactic seed planet, its purpose was to have these chakras on its planet that are called wombs, W-O-M-B, like a woman's womb. There, anyone that lived above the womb chakra, their sentience would be influenced to create DNA wisdom through interbreeding with other species, through scientific or spiritual creations. Thus, Lemuria and Atlantis, where the societies returned to Earth's original purpose while it was in a light part of space where sentience was expanded, knowing full well that they would come into the denser and denser part, and the breeding of souls that were coming in was outweighing them, because the invasion we have is a spiritual invasion. It's always been that way. The dark forces have always known, technologically wise, they can't win, but they figured out a way to manifest energy bodies and force incarnate souls into our world that aren't soul family with us, until the point they created enough breeding population to make an anchor population for more and more to come in at a faster rate than the good.
Okay. Does some of that include using astral shells that have not crossed over?
Correct.
Okay.
And the walk-in rules and all that.
So it's basically reanimating something that has been that's probably has a negative aspect to it to begin with. So that takes us to what, about...
We'll go 51 million years.
Okay.
51 million years, Earth had already been ripped out of its home galaxy. The original dark forces that invaded from the war galaxy came here and saw Earth and said, that's the prize of the prize of the prize. All these other little planets were nothing to them. So they captured Earth through a spiritual invasion, outbred the people there by creating more corrupted souls that caused political devastation, land devastation, and dramatic wars with other places, until finally there was a core group of dark beings who took over the chakra system and the unity consciousness drive of Earth, and then teleported it against its will to another galaxy. That first teleportation greatly injured Earth. It was near dead. And Earth gave out a cry to the universe and beyond, I need help. Massive migrations from the 7 universes ascended on Earth and overbred the dark forces there, kicking them off, but they still had the first interlinking of the anchor societies there. When Earth began to go through its healing process, that would essentially be the dinosaur age.
Okay.
But sentience had been removed from the surface, but brought into an ethereal realm. so that the surface, the surface that we live on, this is the graduating timeline. If you're here to become a higher dimensional soul, to interfunction with Earth, or to go out and explore space with your consciousness, you have to be on the graduating timeline. Earth has 3 timelines: above, below, center.
Okay.
Center is the graduating timeline.
Okay.
Okay. So at this point, Earth kicked off its first. They reinforced the energies of Earth. And they said, we know the spiritual invasion's coming, so this begins the first process of creating pyramids. The first process of creating pyramids was to amplify the consciousness of Earth after the damaging effect of being ripped out of its original galaxy. So the pyramids were placed on the chakra points, placed on the crustal points, enforced the ability for the local sentients to create local realities, and made a grid that was reinforced so that any entity coming in had to go through a filter to determine if it could actually make spiritual contracts with Earth sentients to have sentient kind on the graduating timeline. At that point, the dark guys had spread to a few thousand other worlds and began dominating and controlling and mastering the system of domination control on very low-end species. That's where they discovered if they're ever going to take Earth, they knew that in the galactic rotation, Earth would go through very light to very dark, to very dense spots. And in that dense spots is the place that they could mass spiritually invade that place and then lower the consciousness level of the surface people by influencing the DNA, influencing the soul families, influencing the soul contracts, and literally getting us at every stage of the game and removing how we would naturally live with our planet.
So, in other words, we're disconnected from our ability to communicate and commune and source.
Correct.
So now, when did that begin? So this goes back to the pyramids as well, right?
Well, there's 9 layers of pyramids. Earth has been moved 12 times. Captured 12 times.
Wow.
There are 9 layers of fortifications on the astral world. There's no other planet in the universe, or 3 other universes, that's been fortified that much.
Wow.
So, you're in a situation where the dark guys capture it, fortify it. The light guys recapture it, fortify it. So on and so forth, until finally the fortification grid and the quarantine of the good guys out there is literally the hindrance of what we have, plus the multidimensional beings that are within us, manipulating drama and manipulating spiritual contracts so that when unity consciousness comes, they can program their propaganda of thousands of years will come to fruition. We're a race with amnesia, and we're a race held hostage, in a perfect position for entities that want to take the more powerful people and take them somewhere else by their own belief.
Wow. So we're entering another one of those periods of time, like a harvest period, so to speak, or ascension period.
We're ascension period. We're going out of a very dense part and going into a very light part. There's 66 planets in our solar system. The vast majority of them are in the light part of space, and Earth and Mars are stuck in the dense part, anchored by the sleeping people that haven't awoken to their consciousness. They're the ones anchoring us there now.
And there are bases on Mars and
all over.
Right, everywhere.
I call this world and this solar system the Galactic Antiques Roadshow, because the vast majority of species that got lured into their drama, we're here to salvage the thousands or millions of ships that are littering our solar system from the numerous wars over and over and over again.
Wow. Well, no. So, how do we navigate this time? How do we?
Let's look at the 50 million year concept.
Okay.
When time wars began, that's the tricky thing. 480,000 years ago is when the actual time wars began. But time, we're on a planet with 3 timelines. They're only going after the graduating timeline in the beginning.
Okay.
So the first set of multidimensional beings that had incarnated here became 40% of our breeding population. 15 beings equaled 40% of humanity. At that point, it was nearly 70 billion people on this world. That's a lot of them.
Wow.
That's how they got soul family status with everyone. They
Wow.
then brought in dimensional technology that was meant for vessels only and installed it on Earth so that they could take one continent out of a timeline and put it back into a deep, distant timeline, one by one by one by one by one, so they can get to the point to create what's called the first species of Earth. There are 72 first species of Earth because every time Earth was recaptured, they tried to re-erase the timelines. But once you have sentience that's born, you can't erase the sentience, and Earth has to adopt that as a first species.
Huh.
So the Time Wars are all about creating the first sentience. Well, we have 72 first species now.
Wow.
And as many as 6,000 different refugee species who've come to live on our world because their worlds are being decimated or destroyed.
Wow.
And Earth has always been this point where souls migrate to it, they migrate away. I call it like, the ducks in the winter, you got, the massive flowing flows of ducks going that way. But Earth is this migration center because it has a graduation timeline that's very impressive. You have 100% free will here, and you come in with a blank mind. It's very important. There are other worlds that you remember all of your past lives.
Mm.
You speak by the time you're 4 months old.
Hmm.
We go through this growing process. That's
And-
cherished in other worlds.
Huh. Well, it seems like it could also be a disability if you're being programmed and manipulated
Taken over, right.
and taken over, and then there's that element of soul contracts, which you mentioned, that
Mhm.
where as the soul comes in, it can be bounced, which is one way of shoving us off of our path.
Mhm.
And another one is adding fine print or adding
Exactly.
So you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it started in Lemuria. Lemuria was a really high consciousness. Earth was its true seventh dimensional status. It was creating DNA, and it was inviting other species to come live here for a while so that they could live on above these womb chakras and create DNA and then take it to a new world in unity to this new world. They would never force bring DNA to a new world.
Mm.
Earth is also capable of psychically transporting the DNA wisdom that's created in these womb chakras to a blank Akashic record planet that's about to invite its first group of souls to come and live on it. That's its purpose. During Lemurian times, there were air cities all over, there were ground cities, and there were as many as 5,000 different species that came here to work with Earth to create DNA to spread. Well, the dark guys had gotten their little fingers in there and started creating their drama within inside, and as the society began to build to its peak, factions formed in it. You had spiritual factions, you had scientific factions, you had no technology factions, high technology factions, and these factions began the separation, and the separation is what took Earth from a seventh dimensional status to a sixth dimensional. So it literally lost a whole quotient of its exponential energy. The separation caused a mass migration away. Earth was left undefended. It was captured. That's the first fall of Lemuria.
Okay.
The multidimensional beings who were here, orchestrated that capture, okay, because they had gotten in. The new beings that came to take over Earth reanimated Lemuria with the leftover refugee population here, instilled domination and control, and began an incarnation pattern to bring in more of the kinds that they wanted from the other worlds that were dominated and controlled. At this point, the good guys of the rest of the universe said, we have to do something about this. But there was a huge debate among the Ascended Masters, the philosophers. There's a galactic sentience that created war in another galaxy, and that galactic sentience allowed it to come here. This was known as the first mistake of the Prime Creator. The galaxy we were in wasn't ready for war. It wasn't set up for war, but it's here now. So they took way too long to figure out a result for it. At that point, many species began taking up war to defend themselves. It was just natural. That creates the first lines of drama. Mars. Mars is one of those planets that's high technology, very low spirituality when it was first in existence. It was a commerce center, but it turned commerce into military-industrial complex. When Mars and Earth began their first lines of drama, Earth needed technology to support the defense and fortification process. That's how Mars and Earth got interlinked before they got brought into this solar system. Venus was a high philosophical society with thousands of individual realities where they invited species to come and share philosophy, share sentience. Venus as a planet has got the twin flame of the feminine energy to it for a reason, so it can support all of that consciousness of other worlds there. Earth itself, during these timeline wars, when we look at the section at 480,000 to 420,000 years ago, is when all the big players of the 2,300 primary soul families, 2,200 primary soul families and 2,300 different species. So there's just a little difference. Soul families breed and create species, and then there's the actual number of species. All of them were in competition to make Earth theirs. And all of them had time travel technology. All of them had interdimensional vessels.
Wow.
All of them had explored the universe. And they were all in competition to get to make that first species.
Wow.
So that's what puts us in the setup of the time wars. We look at Earth as, I look at Earth before the timelines were unified, as just this giant ball of mess.
Yeah.
And this giant ball of mess, you could never know what was really being done. One person would do something that would counteract this. Somebody would do something to counteract this. Somebody would create 5,000 timelines and only do one important thing on one timeline, and it would take you forever to figure it out. So that's how that all works. Lemuria first fell, recaptured. Lemuria's rise again. The light's in that. As the light's in it, it tries to unravel all these timelines. Earth is stuck with new first species on it. Those species need to graduate and migrate off this world. Constant graduation, migration, remigration back here. A lot of the dark worlds were migrating here now. So we get to the second fall of Lemuria. At this point, Lemuria understands the war's loss. They get it. They dimensionally understand it. But they also know that deep in the future, they're going to come to a point where it's going to go from extremely dense, extremely open to extremely dense, to extremely open to extremely dense. So they began leapfrogging in time with a third to 3/4 of their population and bringing their air cities to the future to free the future people from the past. That's where they began defending their world on the central graduation timeline. The above timelines is where the high dimensional entities can come in and act as guides or ascended masters. The lower timeline is where younger spirits or animal spirits can live on Earth and then graduate into having human bodies. They're not worried about the above and below. They're worried about the graduation timeline. That's where the majority of these timeline wars are. So you have any questions about that?
Have there been graduations over the...
There hasn't been a graduating class in 410,000 years.
So the normal process would be for there to be continual evolution and graduation.
Correct.
So that's an organic process that would ordinarily occur.
Natural.
Right. And so all of these time wars and the dark have corrupted the incarnation process, and so what we have is people are not necessarily ascending and leaving.
They're stuck in a reincarnation.
Reincarnating over and over, and how they just get it to the astral plane, and they basically have a breather, and then they're sent right back. Are there pools of souls as well where they're genericized and then just like divvied off, and then basically programmed for whatever?
And there are whole migrations of souls that aren't allowed to incarnate here and are stuck in our astral world, and literally can't go back until they've had a lifetime here.
Ooh.
So our astral worlds are overflowing with all these things that are just stuck.
Yeah. Does that relate in any way to the demonic forces?
Yeah, because so many of those entities up there get impatient.
Mad.
Impatient, mad.
Yeah.
And some of them are dark entities that are, they've missed their cue too. They wanted to come in and get in the game, and they wanted to kick out the 15 beings, but they can't. They're stuck.
Wow.
It's their game.
Wow.